never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Microphone on, cameras on, action underway. As, hey, Mike. Yeah, midweek coming on. Here comes Hump Day. Hope your week's going well. What's going on? Well, as the case would typically be, lots to update you on. Industry headlines, latest on developments in Afghanistan. When I saw some of the numbers, there's a whole lot more Americans still in Afghanistan than most of us thought. Somewhere between 5,000 and 10,000 as of this past day, according to the Pentagon. If you consider those that consider themselves Americans, it's closer to 11,000, according to the report. Going to take some time to get all those people out of there. But again, all the latest developments, what's going on the ground, there's been quite a bit. Latest on the COVID, of course, yeah, that's the ongoing scenario. Fred. Well, we guess you'd have to say what's left of Fred. Continues to cause problems. Flooding rains, still we've been contending with severe weather. There was a line, I guess what was originally considered like a feeder band that you have with tropical systems. That line that extends down now through western Virginia, cuts right through the heart of North Carolina and on down through South Carolina. Once you get south of Columbia, South Carolina, it begins to tail off a bit. And intensity-wise, now we saw a lot of tornado warnings this past afternoon and evening. And I was just checking here. It looks like tornadic activity has really begun to calm down. The intensity of this line of storms begins to wane. Last warning was Yeah, a little bit before the 11 o'clock hour Eastern time in Virginia. So we can see lots of flash flood warnings. Flooding is continuing to be the primary concern. Fred may have lost wind intensity, pushing inland over the southeast, but still wreaking havoc as it heads on to the north. Yeah, the system, regardless of status, is going to continue unleashing torrential rain and the threat for tornadoes. There are indeed still tornado watches in place through parts of the Carolinas and Western Virginia. I believe those go till 2 a.m. Eastern time, unless they're extended, which they could very well be, extended further toward the east. You've got flood watches extending up from eastern Kentucky, pretty much all of West Virginia, northern Virginia. The rains are going to be pushing into Pennsylvania, New York. As we progress into the day Wednesday, there will be two main threats between now and even Thursday. That's the more widespread risk of potential flooding. Yeah, the more isolated threat will be severe thunderstorms that could spawn tornadoes. Roughly 20 tornado reports from the National Weather Service on Tuesday in Georgia and the Carolinas. Fred was over northern Georgia and southeast North Carolina Tuesday afternoon, continuing on to the northeast. It's going to take a curved path to the northeast over the Appalachians between now and Thursday. It has lost its tropical storm designation. It's now a tropical depression. Yeah, the next step would be to slip into tropical rainstorm status. From now to the end of the week, the circulation continues to dissipate enough to make it difficult to track exactly where the center of this is. Nonetheless, there's still plenty of moisture with this storm. Southern Alabama and western Florida panhandle, only the first targets of Fred. Panama City picked up between 6 and 10 inches of rain from Fred. Portions of southeast Alabama picked up 3 to 5 inches in several hours' time. Even though it's continuing to move rather swiftly, just a few hours of heavy tropical rain could trigger flash flooding. Flash flood watches are plastered across much of the east, again, stretching from Georgia all the way to New York State. In North Carolina, we had a flash flood emergency issued for an area around Canton, about 18 miles from Asheville, as heavy rainfall fueled raging rivers, inundating streets there. A general 1 to 4 inches of rain has fallen in a swath from eastern Alabama, northern and western Georgia, to northern Pennsylvania, parts of even upstate New York. And that's going to continue to be the case through the day Wednesday and into Thursday night. Most of the rain over the southern states into today, Wednesday evening, while the bulk of the rain associated is going to fall in the northeast from later tonight into Thursday night. Forecasters say we could be talking some 12-inch totals. That sort of rain is going to occur in the mountains and the foothills of western North Carolina and eastern Tennessee, as well as northern Georgia, southwestern Virginia, in these hilly, mountainous areas. You've got the heightened risk of flash flooding, mudslides, and rock slides. On into the northeast, local rain may reach 6 inches over the central Appalachians. In both of these zones, what they call the fire hose effect could set up for several hours where the bands of moisture from both the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic Ocean converge. Rapid rises occur along small streams, underpasses, poor drainage areas, which could strand motorists. We've got numerous updates of what we've seen over the past day. Well in advance of Fred, the rain directly associated with Fred, we saw close to 6 inches of rain on portions of western North Carolina Monday morning, you recall. Big rise in the French Broad River in Roseman, North Carolina. While the amount of rain anticipated rises on area rivers that flow out of the Appalachians would be likely, possible for some roads to be blocked by the rising water. One area that could use a bit of rain is across West Virginia and Virginia, where they've been dry. That's not going to be the case when Fred is all said and done. All right, bands of thunderstorms, mainly on the eastern flank of the northward moving storm, could become intense enough to cause some localized strong wind gusts, and again, isolated tornadoes. As Fred turns toward the northeast later today, the risk for severe weather will be significantly lower than what we saw this past day, but we could still be talking some strong storms, maybe a couple of isolated tornadoes stretching from Virginia to Maryland, Delaware, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey, Wednesday into Wednesday evening. Latest on Fred. All right, dumping heavy rain this past day. Here's some of the updates we saw. Some of the harder hit states, obviously, the Florida Panhandle, where they saw 65-mile-per-hour winds as the storm came ashore. Raging waters, flash flooding, hit Balsam Grove, North Carolina this past afternoon. Fred dumped a radar estimate of 10 to 12 inches of rain over the Pisgah National Forest, causing the North Fork and the French Broad River to swell. Reed Timmer with AccuWeather reported that a vehicle had become trapped in the rushing water. Personnel were not able to reach it. A report from Crusoe, North Carolina, about 13 miles north of Balsam Grove, reported 9.10 inches of rain over a 24-hour period as of like 5 o'clock this past afternoon. Asheville, North Carolina, just northeast of Balsam Grove, around 5 inches of rain in all of August. Now, over the course of 24 hours, just before 9 p.m., they saw nearly 3 inches of rain in that short amount of time. Information on North Carolina's website for traffic and travel information reporting a landslide had blocked both directions of 23 U.S. 19 in Haywood County. That city and the areas around it saw 3 to 5 inches of rain. This past evening, a flash flood emergency was issued by the National Weather Service for Canton, as well as West Canton. As of about 9 o'clock this past evening, roughly 50,000 customers in North Carolina without power. Dozens of tornado warnings were issued. Roughly 20 tornado reports received by the National Weather Service, including damage to buildings in Homer, Greshamville, Pinefield Crossroads, Americus, Georgia, as well as Stony Point, North Carolina. One of those twisters in Jeffersonville, Georgia, struck an Academy Sports Warehouse about 6 in the morning, damaging the building, tipping over a nearby semi-truck. According to the sheriffs there, they had 8 boats in the town, were scattered by Fred. Forecasters were showing video of one of the local weather reporters where horses were being rescued after a tornado ripped apart a stable there in Homer, Georgia. The building pretty much collapsed over top of the horses there. So some of what's going on with Fred. Meanwhile, we'll get updates on Grace. Looks like we being the United States, the southern USA, is now looking like it's going to dodge a bullet. Some of the earlier models had been depicting Grace crossing the Gulf of Mexico, headed toward somewhere along the Texas coast. It now appears it's going to take a much more southerly track, potentially bringing 2 separate landfalls in Mexico. First crossing the Yucatan Peninsula, then going across the strait into northern Mexico. So again, as far as the U.S. is concerned, kind of dodging a bullet with Grace. We had Henri way out there in the Bermuda Triangle. Again, that is not a threat to the U.S. mainland. So that is some good news as far as the tropics are concerned. Now, elsewhere around the country, we'll zoom things out on the national radar scene. We do have some other areas of showers and thunderstorms tonight over in east central portions of Missouri. Right along the Mississippi line, you got a cluster of showers and thunders. Right about between Pine Bluff, Missouri, and Memphis, Tennessee. More showers and thunderstorms eastern Texas. If you drew a line from Dallas to Waco, the cluster of storms east of that area, they're in eastern Texas. On back out to the west, it's northern Utah seeing some of the heavier rains tonight. From just south of Salt Lake City down through west central and southern portions of Utah as well. Yeah, northern Arizona. We've seen numerous flood advisories coming in from that part of the country. Let's just check out the latest one out of Arizona. Coconino County in north central Arizona. Yeah, rain continues to fall. We've got 1 to 2 inches of rain has already fallen over much of the area this past evening. Locally, higher amounts near 3 inches. Could see another 1/4 inch of rain in those warned areas. So flash flooding concerns, which we've seen a lot of out west. And as we well know, 1 to 2 inches of rain in places like Arizona and New Mexico would cause flash flooding more akin to what would take 5 or 6 inches of rain to occur in eastern portions of the country. So there's a look at some of our travelers' weather. Get to our industry headlines coming up here. Of course, around the country, our number is 844-844-3388. Who's checking in out of the box here? Yeah, looks like Steve Summers was first. Hey, what day is it? Let's see. The 15 car checking in from a rainy Charlotte, North Carolina. You had some pretty feisty thunderstorms moving through there over the last hour or so, didn't you? Captain Rod checking in from Ocala, Florida this morning, 79 degrees. Jeff checking in. Well, good morning, Jeff. He said it's time for his nap. Okay. Zorro, morning, Steve. Last night I forgot to give my condolences to Big Moose. Everyone else out there, safe travels tonight. Eskimo Mom checking in. I-71 in Kentucky. Some hazy moonshine tonight. And a muggy 71 degrees. Yeah, I noticed that we've seen an uptick in humidity out there, haven't we? Looking at 72 outside the Hotshot secret bunker at this hour. Oh, let's see. Already hump day. Tank checking in. Yeah, good morning, Steve. 72 degrees here in New Mexico tonight. Doing my Santa Rosa turnaround. Everybody truck safe. Have a great hump day. Good morning to Just Teach checking in. Beautiful night on I-77 corridor from Charlotte to Beckley, West Virginia and back. Yeah, paying close attention to your report through the night. Yeah, okay, because with the showers and thunderstorms, you're going to see some of that. Let's see. Keith checking in. Morning from in Fire, Washington. 64 degrees here. Everybody have a good night. Pappy checking in. Evening, Steve. All those listeners out there in the overnight drive land. Gilligan, 72 and rainy in Radford, Virginia. Supposed to get some frog-strangling rain in the thriving metropolis of Highview, West Virginia this morning. Gabby checking in. I'm still broke down in Hammond, Indiana due to my DEF system. He's rolling his eyes. Well, you've been there another 24 hours because you were there last night, Gabby. My. Hello to Patsy. A morning checking in from southeast Nebraska. 78 degrees. Got a nice breeze. Beautiful night. Please be safe out there, truckers. Morning to Chevy Guy. Copied the mail. Buster Brown checking in. I believe this awesome rain has guaranteed us some great fall foliage for the Mid-South. Yeah, it won't be long. We'll be talking the pretty colors showing up. Speaking of which, change of the season's on the rise. It is in the industry headlines. Believe it or not, here in just a couple weeks, yeah, you're going to have to brush up on the chain laws in places like Colorado. I know. No, don't be telling me chain laws and winter weather on the horizon. Hello to Jay. Happy midweek to you and all the drivers. Steve, let's keep those trucks where they belong, right there on the road. Buckeye Boy checking in from Kent, Washington. 64 degrees. Yeah, hit a little rain coming up I-5 in Oregon and southern Washington. Not quite as smoky as it was around Mount Shasta and Lake Shasta. Yeah, I'll email you some really sad pictures of Lake Shasta, how low the water levels are there. I heard they've issued a water level emergency for Lake Mead there in Nevada. The Missus said they got quite a bit of rain just north of Atlanta at the home 20 there. It'll be interesting to check out the rain gauge when I get back home. Anyway, have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. Let's see. Please stop with this crazy weather. David says, I'm going through Charlotte, North Carolina, and back in the mess again. On my way to Laurel, Maryland. It is morning, but not necessarily good. Yeah, playing in the rain tonight. Oh, that's thanks to Fred. All right, we'll get to some of the others coming up here. I got an email from Possum this past day. Actually, this past evening, about 10 o'clock. Said, I just wanted to personally thank everyone who attended, sent flowers, sent messages, and emails to Big Moose. The funeral yesterday was unbelievably moving. The outpouring of love and support, just unbelievable. Over 400 people attended the viewing, 300 plus staying for the funeral service. I was told personally by the undertaker that since the doors opened in 1964, that he'd never had a single service attendance as large as this was. At the time of the funeral, the building's maximum occupancy was exceeded by almost 100 people. Every chair available was occupied. There were people standing everywhere. Over 100 floral arrangements sent. The walls were lined with flowers. Unfortunately, I've probably attended 100 funerals in my 85 years on this earth, but I've never seen the outpouring of love and support that I witnessed on Monday night. Yeah, Moose has not only been a friend, but he was like a son, my own son. I know him as well or better than just about anyone on this planet, and he was genuinely grateful to everyone who came, called, texted, or messaged. It made me proud to see how everyone rallied around him. I actually met several people who came from all over thanks to you and the show there. So I just wanted to thank you for your support and the prayers and for all the wonderful radio family. Now I'm going to put these old bones to bed. So good night, Possum. Get some rest. All right, appreciate the update there. It is 844-844-3388 underway on a Wednesday hump day coming on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, good morning from Central Florida. Richard checking in, 81 degrees. Greetings to all. And Steve? Hello to Santa Claus. Top of the morning, Steve. 78 degrees in Sacramento, California right now. Good to have you with us, Santa Claus. They're chatting about Alan's DEF system. I guess it looks like you said they sent the filter off today to be cleaned. Hopefully I'll be up and rolling sometime Wednesday, tomorrow. So later today, hopefully, right? Let's see. Andy, check it in from north of the border there. Muskoka Wrecker working late. It's been a great summer. Humidity makes it hot, but it's all good. Let's see. Eskimo Mom said, in regards to Possum's email, though, amen, Possum. Yeah, Moose was as gracious as he could be for the circumstances Monday. He gave and received tons of hugs and support there on Monday. All right, great to have you all with us. Under our industry headlines, let's get a couple of tidbits here. Police in Texarkana, what was the deal this past day? Of course, this was going back earlier this past afternoon, but at one point in time, police were asking drivers to seek alternate routes after multiple crashes occurred on I-30 Tuesday afternoon. About 3:45, the Texarkana Police Department issued a warning to drivers, again, after a series of crashes. Vehicles as far as you can see in both directions. Interstate 30 is a mess right now, after at least 7 crashes out there in the last hour. 2 of those crashes included multiple 18-wheelers. All but one of them are on the westbound side, between State Line Avenue and Cowhorn Creek Overpass, but traffic is also backed up on the eastbound side as people were slowing down to look at what's going on the other side of the interstate. In a press time for this particular story, no information about any injuries in the crashes, but that's all the story had from CDL Live. I don't know what was going on, if it was weather conditions, visibility reduced, or what was going on. Transportation officials in Washington state are predicting epic traffic delays in Sumner over this upcoming weekend with a construction project. The Washington State Department of Transportation traffic engineers predict that a weekend bridge deck project will result in traffic backups of 10 miles or more on the detour routes. Now, the project will involve the closure of 4 miles of northbound State Route 167 from Sumner in Pierce County to Pacific in King County. It's going to start 8:30 Friday evening, and it's expected to reopen about 4 a.m. the following Monday. Now, a closure like this will trigger tremendous backups on local roads. We're going to need your help so we can all get through this weekend closure. Due to high volumes of traffic, drivers are asked to avoid any unnecessary travel or try to make trips early in the morning or late in the evening. And you're probably going to have to add at least 90 minutes to your expected travel times. All right, big time. Now, here's the tidbit about Colorado. There it is. Truckers trekking through some parts of Colorado need to make sure you've got your chains on board in just a couple of weeks. The Colorado DOT requires commercial vehicle drivers traveling on I-70 between mile marker 133 and 259 to carry sufficient chains starting September 1st through May the 31st each year. Chains are not required for trailers, only for trucks, according to the Colorado law. But when the chain law is in effect, drivers would be notified via electronic message signs, the 511 traveler information, or the cotrip.org website. Chains must consist of 2 circular metal loops, one on each side of the tire, connected by no less than 9 evenly spaced chain loops across the tread. Commercial vehicles that have 4 or more drive wheels must chain 4 wheels. Dual tire chains are acceptable. There are 2 levels of chain laws that can be implemented due to the weather conditions. I won't bore you going through all that because it's in the small print here. But the fine for not carrying chains along that stretch of I-70 is $50 plus a $17 surcharge. Statewide, the fine for not chaining up when the chain law is in effect is $500 plus a $79 surcharge. The fine for blocking a highway as a result of not chaining up, if you get stuck out there, that'll set you back $1,000 plus a $157 surcharge, according to the Colorado DOT. But September 1, just around the corner. Here we are, by the way, rolling into the 18th day of August. We're more than halfway through the month already. My. Summertime is going to soon be a fleeting memory. Rolling up on 29 past the hour. All right, tell you what, since we've got a minute before we hit our news break there, bottom of the hour, we'll get to your calls out of the break. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. As I mentioned, when we get to the very latest of what's going on out of Afghanistan, the numbers of how many Americans are still there, there was an interesting news break this past day. I believe Tank sent this to me. He got it via news break on his smartphone, but the link took you to the New York Post, which states Afghan President Ashraf Ghani, who fled the country Sunday, fled the country with 4 vehicles and a helicopter full of cash, according to the Russian embassy in Kabul this past day. The embattled leader left the presidential palace on Sunday to the insurgent Taliban fighters. He said, to avoid bloodshed, I thought it would be better to leave. Ghani, now 72 years old. Now, the former World Bank academic who holds a doctorate from New York City's Columbia University did not say where he was going. Al Jazeera reported later that he had flown to Uzbekistan. As for the collapse of the outgoing regime, it is most eloquently characterized by the way Ghani fled Afghanistan, according to the Russian embassy spokesman in Kabul, quoted as saying by Russian state-owned news outlet, 4 cars were full of money. They tried to stuff another part of the money into a helicopter, but not all of it would fit. Some of the money was left lying on the tarmac. Spokesman confirmed his comments to Reuters, citing witnesses as the source of his information. Now, Reuters could not immediately independently confirm the accuracy of his account. Vladimir Putin's special representative on Afghanistan said earlier, it's not clear how much money the fleeing government would leave behind. I hope the government that has fled did not take all the money from the state budget. It would be the bedrock of the budget if something is left. I don't know. What are you supposed to do? Are you going to leave your money to the Taliban? Or that's crazy, though. All right, news break time. Good to have you with us. It's Steve Summers, Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Arizona's governor has issued an executive order banning cities and counties in his state from enacting vaccine mandates for their employees. Governor Doug Ducey's order comes a day after the city of Tucson voted to implement a mask mandate and covers the gap before a state law that prohibits local governments from enacting vaccine mandates goes into effect at the end of September. Tucson's Mayor Regina Romero has pushed back against the governor's order, calling it legally meaningless. And the death toll in the 7.2 magnitude earthquake that struck Haiti over the weekend has reached nearly 2,000 as rescue efforts continue after Tropical Storm Grace stopped them with its arrival. Officials say that 1,941 people have died in the quake, with nearly 10,000 injured. UNICEF has estimated that about 1.2 million people have been affected by the natural disaster that struck some of the most isolated areas in the country. Officials say many homes have been destroyed, leaving people without shelter and limited or no access to fresh water, food, or health care. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, the founder of Youngevity and veterinarian physician, and I'm the guy that figured out the cause, prevention, and cure of cystic fibrosis I'm the guy that found the cause, prevention, cure of muscular dystrophy, and then I figured out the cause and prevention of sudden death syndrome. You don't hear about those three diseases anymore because in federal lawsuits, we were able to force the manufacturers of baby formulas to put these nutrients in the baby formulas. And those three diseases, cystic fibrosis and muscular dystrophy, were not genetic diseases. They were just simple nutritional deficiencies. Sudden death syndrome, crib death, was not due to mother laying on the babies. Only 2% of the babies were in bed with their mothers when they died. 98% were in cribs. We had that nutrient put into the baby formulas, and we ended crib death. 28 years ago, one child died of crib death per 100 normal births. Today, it's 1 per 3,000 normal births. And if everybody would give all the 90 essential nutrients to these kids, none of them would die. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I did a quick refresh, trying to keep an eye on especially the possibility of tornadoes. We mentioned that there are tornado watches that continue at least till 2 a.m. Eastern Time. From the Weather Service office in Blacksburg, Virginia, a couple of counties are actually under a tornado warning. Surrey County is in northwestern North Carolina, and then you've got the adjoining south central Carroll County in southwestern Virginia. Yeah, right in that zone where the tornado watches are in place. That warning goes till 1 a.m. Eastern Time. So obviously radar indicating circulation with this severe thunderstorm. Located near Low Gap or near Bottom, moving north 30 miles per hour. So they list here some of the locations include Hillsville, Fancy Gap, Woodlawn, Piper's Gap, and Low Gap. Tornado warning till 1 a.m. Eastern Time. There you go. Morning, Jolly Green Giant. Hey there.
Good morning, Steve. Good morning to all the cartoon characters out there. I wanted to say that I wanted to talk about Facebook. I've seen a post talking about what kind of job that the Biden administration has done so far. And what I noticed, I didn't notice a single liberal or Democrat commenting. It was all conservatives, and it was strictly all Republican comments. So what I want to know, where are these liberals? Where are these individuals that voted for Biden to become president? Where are they? Because I sure not seen them on Facebook. So where are they? Where's their arguments? Where is their comments on what kind of job Biden's doing? And, it kind of angered me because I said to myself, Trump was right. The election was stolen. And I'm beginning to wonder. I said, do the conservatives really outnumber the liberals? Because I'm sure not seeing it on Facebook. I don't even see a liberal on Facebook. So, what do you think about that? I mean, are you seeing it?
Sometimes it depends on it. For the most part, I think you see comments from who you're friends with on Facebook. I guess you can set it where anybody can post on your feed and whatnot. But I think mine's opened up for anyone to post. So I get to see some, a little bit of support. But undoubtedly, most of my friends are probably going to be more inclined to see things like I do when it comes to politics, and mostly conservatives. Right.
Well, I just thought I'd bring that to the attention to your audience. I'd like to know what they think, but I'm not really seeing a lot of support for the Biden administration. In fact, I'm seeing none, And I would like to hear their side of the story, and I really, truly want to hear it. That's what America's about, freedom of speech. So I want to know where all these liberals are. So I basically thought I'd bring that to your show's attention and to your audience. And I'm sure they have the same concern I've got, That's really all I wanted to talk about this morning, Steve.
Jolly Green, I think if they're honest about it, what realistically could they actually even try to say positive about what he's done? What can they say positive about the southern border? What can they say positive about allowing tens of thousands of COVID positive to come into the country? What can they say positive about his overseas, the foreign affairs, as they call it? Let me give you an example of that right here. I saw this and I'm like, okay, we know, again, anyone who's being honest knows Joe Biden is not really running the show, right? He doesn't even know where he is. Let's see, National Security Advisor this past day, Jake Sullivan, tells us President Biden has not spoken with any foreign counterparts since Kabul fell to the Taliban. Hasn't spoke to anyone. Sullivan said other members of the administration are making calls abroad instead. His rationale for that is because, well, most of our discussions are more logistical. He's not spoken with any other world leaders. The question was actually from CNN. Other world leaders have spent the last several days on the telephone with allies, German Chancellor Angela Merkel, French President Emmanuel Macron, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. They've all been on the phone. discussing what the hell's going on. Johnson, meanwhile, has proposed a virtual meeting of the G7. But Biden has left the calls to foreign allies to others on his team. I don't think he can have a coherent conversation with any other world leaders. Anyway, Sullivan says myself, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, several other senior members of the team are engaged on a regular basis with our foreign counterparts, and we intend to do so in the coming days. Right now, the main issue is an operational issue. It's about how we coordinate with them to help get their people out. And we're operating through logistic channels and policy channels to make that happen. Now, asked to explain further why Biden hasn't conferred with any of his foreign counterparts, Press Secretary Jen Psaki said the current matters at hand fell below high-level talks. The fall of Afghanistan is not something of a high enough level for the President of the United States to need to talk to anyone else in the world. Is that what she actually said? It is. Our focus right now is on operational efforts, coordination at a lower level than leaders and heads of state. That's our focus, on working with third countries to help get their citizens out or working with others on the ground to get vulnerable populations out. Yeah, she went on to say Biden will most likely be making some calls to foreign leaders soon. If there would be a benefit to the president picking up the phone and calling a world leader, yeah, he'll do that. And I expect he'll do that in the coming days. Oh, okay. So all the other world leaders feel that it's necessary to discuss what's going on. Germany, France, Britain. But no, it's not important enough for Joe Biden to need to be on the phone. Now, why do you think that is? Like I said, because he can't. What's going on with Pappy this morning? Hey there.
What's going on, Steve? How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. You can't help but laugh at that, can you? It's just it is you.
Man.
It's almost comical. He hasn't spoke to anyone.
Steve, if you don't mind, I'm gonna bring up Dan Bongino. Listen to his podcast today, Steve. Remember what we've been saying the last two nights about what are these military leaders briefing Biden? Can they be this stupid?
Mm-hmm.
Bongino says he has information that they briefed him and warned him about pulling out like this, or could possibly happen and probably would happen. And he did it anyway. He said something about Biden was planning on having some sort of ceremony or big press conference on September 11th of this year. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
That he was going to be like, hey, it started on 9/11
and we're done.
Biden ended it on 9/11 and was going to be like he's the man that got it done and was going to be looked at, as the best president that's got us out of Afghanistan. And I don't know, but it sure backfired. I don't know if all that's true. I mean, Bongino, he's got some connections, and he's saying that, he has reliable information that was the case.
Mm-hmm.
I would employ everybody after they listen to your show, of course. If they didn't listen to Bongino's show today, to go back and listen to it. Steve, they're also talking about, he showed a video of the amount of weapons that we left behind.
Yes,
They're talking
yes. Unbelievable.
There's Black Hawks, several Black Hawk helicopters that are operational, Steve. Saying that the press is trying to blow this down, saying, well, there was one, but it wasn't working. It was disabled.
That's what I saw. The Pentagon has confirmed. I mean, there is a headline that the Taliban is now controlling the skies over Afghanistan.
Steve, I can't fathom this happening the way this went down. I mean, you name a war where we left armament. I get the theory behind it. You know, it was supposed to be left for the Afghans. But with that said, the military leaders knew that they were going to fold like a house of cards, man. Why would you leave all this equipment, especially you're talking Black Hawk helicopters? That just boggles my mind. You know, Biden was saying because of everything we done, you know, for the Afghans and all the military machinery we left them, that they're well equipped more than how many other countries around this world, rather, right? Remember him saying that? Well, they just handed it all to the Taliban, Steve. Unbelievable.
I shared one clip of a video out of Afghanistan this past day with just hundreds and hundreds of American rifles, and I mean big, the boxes of ammunition boxes. I mean, I guess the whole arsenal from one capital that they got.
Unbelievable. You know, and supposedly the Taliban has all the egresses, you know, to the airport under their control. Nobody's going in or out. So what the hell good is an airport if all the American contractors in the area can't get to the airport? Unbelievable. This is
National Security Advisor, National Security Sullivan makes it sound like that the Taliban supposedly are going to give us access, you know, give the people on the ground there, the U.S. Americans, he's telling them, go ahead and go to the airport now. You know, when Sunday, when they told him to shelter in place, hunker down, what kind of agreement? He said, go ahead and make your way to the airport.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they were handed some cash, Steve.
You brought that up last evening. It almost sounds like they had to.
You know, I'm wondering if that rumor is starting to come true. Can you just imagine that? Let's not just give them all these weapons. Let's give them millions and millions of dollars, too, to 5,000 prisoners. Afghans, just open the doors and let them walk out. 5,000, Steve, and our borders are wide open.
And the Border Patrol said they are seeing suspected or known terrorists crossing our southern border at levels they've never seen before. I've got that from this past day. They're coming in, Pappy.
I sent you. I emailed you a copy of that, and I posted it on Facebook. This is more than a disaster. I don't know the right terminology to use for this. Our country's spinning out of control, Steve. This man has to go. I mean, think of the damage that he done in 7 months.
Yeah, well, what's Kamala going to do?
Well, you know what? We impeach him, at least her followers will know that could happen to her, too. At least send a message out. I can't be no worse, Steve. I mean, think about it. How much worse could it be? You know, China's looking at this. Man, I got real fears that they're going to be marching in, Steve. They're going to go after
Taiwan
here.
Yep.
Real soon. You know, they might be worried Biden might resign or get the 25th. I think I always said that he will resign before they have to resort to the 25th. But they might see that coming. You know, want to do it while he's in there because they know he's weak.
Kind of force them to expedite their operations. Yeah.
And somebody else said it today. They talked about, them chips that come out of Taiwan, man. You know, you'd think it was bad. Steve, I think I brought that up 6 months ago.
If we butt heads, if we try to intervene in Taiwan, we'll never see another chip out of Taiwan, will we?
No, because we'll have to destroy them factories, Steve. We'll have to, unless Biden doesn't and just gives it to China.
We're kind of in
factories got to be destroyed.
Uncharted territory is what we have to call it. Uncharted.
Yes, sir. All right, man. Thanks for taking my call, Steve. I just had to throw that out there. You know, we're all wondering what these military leaders are saying and briefing, and
sounds like everything like what you're saying. What Bongino was saying, I'm seeing the same thing. That they're looking at some of the classified assessments from the spy agencies. And Biden was apparently warned that this ain't gonna go good. It's not gonna go well. But apparently he did it anyway. We got a quick 2-minute timeout. We'll return the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let me share this with you. Someone just forwarded this to me, one of our listening friends, via email. Out of Tennessee, I believe this is. Yeah. Coke County, Tennessee. Is it Coke County, C-O-C-K-E, County, Tennessee. From the desk of the mayor. Evacuations are being ordered. Now, here's the letter that went out. Due to rainfall amounts within the county, as well as contributories from North Carolina, the areas around the Pigeon, French Broad, and Nolichucky rivers have become unsafe. Walters Dam is passing water through its system and functioning as designed, but the amount of water being passed is greater than any levels we've seen in years. The mayor has been briefed by the County Emergency Management Agency, and based on the data collected from trusted sources, the mayor has ordered an evacuation of all persons along the Pigeon, French Broad, and Nolichucky rivers. Please gather your essential items and leave now. The ideal scenario is for you to relocate with friends or relatives outside the danger area. If you have nowhere to go, temporary shelters are being opened at the following locations: Bridgeport School, Parrottsville School, Cocke County High School, and Cosby High School. These should be only used as a last resort, as they're not designed for long-term stays or comfort. Signed off by the mayor and posted at 11:20 p.m., so just over an hour ago. So I guess there's concerns of what a possible dam break or... All right, if you get more, I'll pass it your way. Meanwhile, let's see what's going on with Hillbilly Tex this morning. Hello, Tex.
Hey, Steve, I want to thank you. Yeah, I was just up there in Cocke County yesterday, Cocke, Tennessee up there. But I want to give a big tip of the hat to your boss. I can't think of his Chris something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But, yeah. And I appreciate him putting you back on there, Steve. This show has given old out truck driver something to wake up for every night. Now, to all these folks, I'm scared to push too many buttons on this here flat phone I got. I ain't too used to that. But all these are folks wanting to get in touch with me. I'm going to try to get on there and figure out which button to push. And I'm going to post my number. Would you please just text message me? I mean, I can do that text messaging pretty good. Because, they did name me that. It's text messaging,
Yeah,
so, I appreciate all the folks that want to get in touch with me. And I ain't forgot you there. It's a balmy. I got to get a little air in me tonight. It's a balmy 65 degrees. Rain quit about an hour ago. Looking at half a moon up here, clear skies.
That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, everybody want to get. I'm gonna try to figure out how I got to that what you call that thing on your radio picture there, that cat, chat something.
Oh, yeah, the chat room. Yeah, okay. All right, Hillbilly Tex. I'll try to get you that number, okay? Hey, we got to get our news update. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Arizona's governor has issued an executive order banning cities and counties in his state from enacting vaccine mandates for their employees. Governor Doug Ducey's order comes a day after the city of Tucson voted to implement a mask mandate and covers the gap before a state law that prohibits local governments from enacting vaccine mandates goes into effect at the end of September. Tucson's Mayor Regina Romero has pushed back against the governor's order, calling it legally meaningless. And the death toll in the 7.2 magnitude earthquake that struck Haiti over the weekend has reached nearly 2,000 as rescue efforts continue after Tropical Storm Grace stopped them with its arrival. Officials say that 1,941 people have died in the quake, with nearly 10,000 injured. UNICEF has estimated that about 1.2 million people have been affected by the natural disaster that struck some of the most isolated areas in the country. Officials say many homes have been destroyed, leaving people without shelter and limited or no access to fresh water, food, or health care. This is USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day, man. This is John Jubilee with EnergizedHealth.com. That's right. Write that down after you get off of this at EnergizedHealth.com, because this is your moment to change your life. Intelligent men are skeptical. I want you to be skeptical, but I want you to go check this out today. We have a breakthrough science that is so powerful that hundreds of doctors have changed their life. They recommend it to their patients, physicians to U.S. presidents, leading scientists across the world, because it works. Intercellular hydration pushes all the toxins out of your body. It pushes all inflammation out of your body, can cause your brain to have double the function, men, double. Your testosterone level could rise 500 points naturally. You can wake up every morning like a teenage boy again and lose 30 to 40 pounds of solid fat every month. Be skeptical, but go check this out today at EnergizedHealth.com. That's EnergizedHealth.com.
The Secretary of State under President Trump says the previous administration had a different plan to pull troops out of Afghanistan. Lance Pry reports.
Former CIA Director and President Trump's Secretary of State Mike Pompeo on Fox News weighs in on the collapse of Afghanistan.
We had come to an understanding with our adversaries, the Taliban. We weren't about to recognize them. We weren't about to beg them to protect our embassy. We made clear these are the expectations. These are conditions that you have to meet. They hadn't met them, and so we were continuing to our work to get our boys and girls home, but we weren't about to allow what we've seen happen these last 96 hours happen on our watch.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
U.S. military officials say that the pace of evacuation flights out of Kabul's airport will be increasing as more troops arrive to help secure the airfield. About 4,000 are currently on the ground, with a total of 7,000 having been ordered to the country to assist with evacuation efforts. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo lovers, you have to try Bingo Treasure, the bingo game you play anywhere. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com from your smartphone, your tablet, or your computer and play Bingo Treasure for free. Play one card, play more. Work your way through the maze of bingo fun. Bingo Treasure is bingo at the next level. Go right now to BingoRadioUSA.com for your free account and free play. Join the bingo revolution. It's free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com.
The U.S. is expected to soon approve booster shots of COVID vaccine for all people who have received their first two shots. Officials are expected to recommend a third dose 8 months after the second shot to provide longer-lasting effects. New data has shown preliminary evidence that the protective effects of the vaccines begins to drop within months. Dr. Vin Gupta says that could cause some confusion, leaving the vaccinated to question whether they're really protected. The University of Washington faculty member tells CNBC that it could also lead to even more skepticism from the unvaccinated.
The guidance on boosters, we've long known that if you're immunocompromised, you just said it, if cancer, recent chemotherapy, solid organ transplant patients, they will likely need a booster. They're going to be first in line. If you're over 65, you'll be second in line. That makes sense because that paradigm applies to other vaccines, other boosters that we take. However, for those that are otherwise healthy, less than 65 years of age, these vaccines, 2 doses of Pfizer or 2 doses of Moderna, remain powerfully effective at keeping people out of the hospital. So to issue this broad guidance here that everybody's going to need a booster at 8 months, we're going to phase it in like we phased in the initial doses, does not align with the data as we know it to be right now. And this will cause potentially confusion. It's going to cause people who've been fully vaccinated to say, wait a minute, I thought I was protected. And crucially, Carl, for those that are unvaccinated, it's going to cause them to say, well, are the vaccines working or not? That's what I hear constantly from those who have questions about the vaccine and are waiting and seeing. Why aren't 2 enough?
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you so much. Welcome back. Round number 2. Hour number 2 on a Wednesday. Here comes Hump Day. Let me share some of the info. Several topics that Pappy brought up there. First of all, the confirmation Taliban fighters seizing $6 million U.S. Black Hawk helicopters alongside tons of American equipment as they take to the skies and captured Russian choppers amid their advance through Afghanistan. A series of videos being shared show insurgents flying the Kremlin-made Mi-17 aircraft around the city of Kandahar. Concerns continue to grow over the militants' ongoing grab for power. Even more seismic, however, is the evidence that the Taliban have also seized American-made Black Hawk helicopters. Now, of course, made famous by the 2001 Ridley Scott blockbuster, remember Black Hawk Down? The Afghan government pilots who fly the operational Russian choppers have been turned to the Taliban, while the U.S. helicopters are likely to be grounded due to a lack of spare parts from the United States. Of course, the White House has spent billions of dollars supplying the Afghan military with the necessary weapons and equipment to wipe out the Taliban. But with the collapse of the local armed forces, their investment now effectively being used by the insurgents themselves as they control more and more major cities. Social media is just awash. Clips of fighters seizing weapons caches. But the taking of such high-profile helicopters represents a significant statement of intent. Fighters were seen this past day posing on the back of a vehicle in the city of Herat, west of Kabul, after they took that province from the Afghan government, also seizing 2 more provinces and approaching the outskirts of the capital. All right, how about the military assessment? This is what I was alluding to last evening. Were these decisions made by Joe Biden, which realistically you almost have to say they can't be. He's delegated these responsibilities to the military and the Pentagon, the commanders, and those on the ground. Classified assessments by American spy agencies over the summer painted an increasingly grim picture of the prospect of a Taliban takeover and warned of the rapid collapse of the Afghan military, even as President Biden and his advisors said publicly that's not likely to happen as quickly. By July last month, many intelligence reports grew more and more pessimistic, questioning whether any Afghan security forces would muster any serious resistance and whether the government could actually hold in Kabul, which they didn't. President Biden said on July the 8th the Afghan government was unlikely to fall. There would be no chaotic evacuations of Americans like we saw during the Vietnam War. The end of it. The drumbeat of warnings over the summer raised questions about why Biden administration officials and military planners in Afghanistan seemed ill-prepared to deal with the Taliban's push into Kabul, including a failure to ensure security at the main airport, rushing thousands more troops back to the country to try and protect the United States' final exit. As you just heard in the news break, Yeah, you go back over the weekend, we were sending 3,000. Then it was bumped up to 5,000. Now we've got 7,000. Headed back in to try to secure the airport. As according to the numbers here, more than about 11,000 Americans remain in Afghanistan. So said the White House this past day. There are individuals who will self-identify as American citizens. Yeah, that number's around 11,000 in the country, according to Jen Psaki. Earlier yesterday, a Pentagon official pegged a lower number. We think there's about, there's certainly thousands. We don't have an exact count. I would say somewhere, best guess, between 5,000 and 10,000 near Kabul, according to the Pentagon's press secretary. U.S. officials urging Americans to travel to the Hamid Karzai International Airport if they're not there already to get out. Taliban fighters are positioned outside the airport. But he says the terror group has informed us they are prepared to provide the safe passage of civilians to the airport. We intend to hold them to that commitment, according to Jake Sullivan. Still, officials could not say whether they're helping American citizens get to the airport, where the military flights and limited commercial flights are ferrying a mix of Afghans and Americans to the United States, including Afghans who have applied for the special immigrant visa. So it's kind of like chaos. They said they have space at 3 U.S. bases for up to 22,000 Afghans coming here on those visas. There could be the potential to create more spots later. If we have to go higher than that, we will certainly do that, because we're not just talking about the special immigrant visa applicants themselves, but also their families. Bottom line is we have an obligation to those people who helped us over the last 20 years. And we at the Pentagon take that obligation seriously. Now, I also mentioned this. The State Department spokesman Ned Price on Monday said Americans should shelter in place, not try to get to the airport because of the chaotic situation. He says that is no longer the case. Now that security's better, we don't need to necessarily shelter in place. They can begin movement to the airport for processing for flights out. We have one other here, I believe, as far as like the military assessment. All right, in his Monday speech, when he finally came out of his vacation bunker there, after 72 hours not having a word from the president about the unfolding situation, President Biden said he would not shrink from his share of responsibility. That would include his decision to bring home troops, which was made against the recommendations of his top military generals and many diplomats who warned a hasty withdrawal would undermine security. Several administration and defense officials say the president's top generals, including Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Army General Mark Milley, urging the president to keep a force of about 2,500 troops, the size that he inherited, while seeking a peace agreement between the warring Afghan factions to help maintain stability. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, who previously served as military commander in the region, said a full withdrawal would not provide any insurance against instability. A series of meetings leading up to his decision, military and intelligence officials told Mr. Biden security was deteriorating. They expressed concerns both about the capabilities of the Afghan military and the Taliban likely ability to take over major Afghan cities. Other advisors, including Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, raised the possibility of Taliban attacks on U.S. forces and diplomats, as well as the Afghans who for 2 decades worked alongside them. Ultimately, neither disagreed with the president, knowing where he stood. Biden, however, was committed to ending the military role. He told his policy advisors the U.S. was providing life support for the Afghan government, which in his view was corrupt, had squandered billions of dollars in American assistance. He wanted to reorient American foreign policy into what he sees as more pressing international matters. Competition with China, domestic issues, infrastructure, battling COVID. Monday, he said, I'm deeply saddened by the facts we now face, but I do not regret my decision. As the investigation goes on, more and more talking about, you're talking about in the House of Representatives and senators, talking about Biden's actual ability to lead this country. All right, there you go. Some updates for you. Knucklebuster, what's going on this morning?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. You can't cure stupidity. There ain't no cure for it whatsoever. I can promise them that. I've been saying all along, you better invest in brass, copper, lead, and gunpowder. That'll be your best investment over gold. According to Fox News, Biden finally spoke with British Prime Minister Boris Johnson there. So I don't even know how true that is, but okay. I think Vice President Harris is doing all the talking. He don't wear pants up there. He wears I don't know what he wears, but he don't wear the pants up there in the White House there. She's scheduled to embark on a trip across the Pacific that will include a stop in Vietnam. Now, ain't that just hunky-dory there, man? She's running off to go visit places that we ain't even got no business being in right now. Well, I forwarded you an email I received from the VA. They're giving people that's having a real hard time with all of this Afghan stuff there that are veterans and stuff. You can get a lot of help from them. You can read it if you want to. If not, well, we'll just go from there. Did you know an Idaho man broke the Guinness World Record by balancing 101 toilet paper rolls on a single roll placed on his forehead seat? What a deal. I mean, that's crazy. Well, the finalists were announced in a search for America's best restrooms, Steve. An Ohio-based business service company, Senta, announced the 10 public lavatories chosen as finalists for the America's Best Restroom contest. You got until, I believe, the 20th to vote on it on Senta's website there.
Yeah.
But one of the places was Two Cities Pizza in Cincinnati. Now, I guess that must be a clean restroom there, right? I don't know.
I saw it. You sent me that list, and I'm not familiar with that restaurant here in Cincinnati, but might want to check that out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's right. Well, I'd always want to go to someplace got a clean restroom. Well, why did Tigger stick his head in the toilet, Steve?
I have no idea. Why did he?
He was looking for poo. All right, enough of that crap. So let's just move on down the road.
Oh, boy.
All right, well, that's all of my baloney for right now. We'll call in a little later on tonight, spread some more out there. Got to have a little comedy in there, too, you know what I mean?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, a little bit on the lighter side. Well, thank you very much, Knucklebuster. Yeah, we'll chat later. Have a good morning. 2-minute timeout. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
You got even the former ambassador to Afghanistan, who says there are serious questions about Joe Biden's ability to be commander-in-chief due to the Afghanistan debacle. All right, former U.S. ambassador to Afghanistan Ryan Crocker says, quote, "I'm left with some grave questions in my mind about his ability to lead our nation as commander-in-chief." And now, he led the U.S. embassy in Kabul back in 2002 and 2003 during the Bush administration, then again from 2011 to 2012 under the Obama administration. He says to have read this so wrong, or even worse, to have understood what was likely to happen and not care. Cocker said he fears that the narrative the Taliban defeated the world's suggested strongest military will now embolden other Islamist terrorists around the world, adding that the United States is going to pay for a long time to come. He also worries the Taliban could again harbor terror groups with U.S. intelligence agencies less capable of tracking the threats in the country after the withdrawal. He stressed the collapse of Afghan forces amid the troop withdrawal is a result of a total lack of coordination or post-withdrawal planning on our part. That's why this is all so bad. It is a self-inflicted wound. Now, he went on to say the direction of the Taliban's military offensive was predictable. The trajectory was not. He also had harsh criticism for the policy of the Trump administration, saying that by keeping the Afghan government out of the peace talks and at the same time agreeing to terms with the Taliban that actually included the release of the 5,000 prisoners, we effectively sided with the Taliban in the eyes of the Afghan forces, which likely was one of the reasons for their simply deserting in such large numbers. It's not exactly a climate in which these young troopers can be reasonably expected to hold that line. He said, essentially, the Afghan forces felt as though they had been sold out by us. All right, let me get back to the calls here. There's Scotty. What's happening this morning?
Another day in paradise. Nothing short of treason, Steve. The the Biden administration and all the powers that be have left all that weaponry, all that machinery, all that armament, all the helicopters, the tanks, all that stuff, that, we,
armed those forces.
Left there.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean, they're aiding and abetting the enemy. That's treason. I don't understand. I served, in the late 80s, early 90s. And Grump mentioned it last night. The one thing we were always taught, if we had to abandon ship, or, abandon our area of operation, we were to take and destroy everything we could, be it with white phosphorus or whatever, the simple way to destroy a helicopter or a tank or whatever is a canister of white phosphorus. Just pull the pin and set it down in the pack and you're done, I mean, you remember when the helicopter crashed there, when they were doing the Bin Laden raid, they opened a can of white phosphorus to destroy that top secret helicopter. That's pretty much standard issue when you have a piece of, $6 million Black Hawk or whatever. You don't want the enemy to get nothing of that. The positive side of the whole thing, as you said a while ago too, they're not going to be able to maintain that equipment. They're not going to be able to get parts for it, anything like that. The worst part of it, though, is Russia and China. They're going to come in there, and they're going to get a hold of a Black Hawk, and they're going to have everything we have. They're going to have the blueprint for it. They're going to have, our MRAPs, our tanks, whatever. I mean, I don't know what kind of, munitions they had for the small arms that you showed the pictures for today and everything,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to me, we had a contingency plan during the Cold War that if we had to destroy small arms and all that, it was taken care of. It was done. But like I said, this nothing short of treason. All that stuff should have been got out of there, back they blamed Reagan back in the day for the Iran-Contra affair, and selling arms to Iran and everything. We know there was a little bit of, play on both sides back in those days and everything like that. There's no doubt in my mind that there was, Cap Weinberger, they sold weapons to Iran. They was trying to get the Iranian Revolution started back in. We have handed the Taliban the weaponry again. It's not the Mujahideen. This time it's the Taliban, which is basically the Mujahideen back in the 80s again. We've played both sides of this for too many damn years, but I just don't understand why we didn't destroy all that. I don't understand why we didn't get all that out of it before we even took it. That should have been phase one of, getting the heck out of there, is make sure you get your people out. And now, the Taliban, we know exactly where they are. They've come out of the damn mountains. They've come out of their caves.
Mm-hmm.
We're better known for, being able to control a war from the air. I say turn the damn place to glass, but hey, that's just my opinion. And I heard a number sitting there eating dinner earlier that they're saying there could be up to 40,000.
Really?
Civilians.
Wow.
Yeah. They're saying 30,000 interpreters and stuff like that over the 20 years. But anyway, on the plus side, I was sitting there eating dinner, and this older couple were sitting over eating. The lady gets up, and I have my 8th Infantry Division hat on. She comes over, she puts her hand on my shoulder, and she goes, "Thank you for your service, And I said, "Thank you for your story, She goes, "I'm a 20-year veteran." the Navy. And I said, okay, thanks for your service. She goes, yeah, but I was a spouse. She goes, I raised 5 kids when my husband was in the Navy and everything. He come over and he was trying to get her away. Come on, he's trying to eat his dinner and everything, But, yeah, it was neat. Like, he was a 20-year veteran, but she was telling me she was a spouse for 20 years. And I was like, yeah, you raised 5 kids. Yeah, you're definitely a veteran, especially being in the Navy. And, but he just kept tugging at her. Come on, he's trying to eat his dinner. Come on. But anyway, I just wanted to put my 2 cents worth on this. I'm sick and tired of what's going on. I believe it's treason. That's what they ought to all be charged for. But did you happen to catch any of the coverage of the Field of Dreams game the other night?
I did not. I saw a bunch of people posting stuff about that. I mean, I wasn't even aware of it. Would they go to the actual location where that Field of Dreams was filmed or something?
Yeah, they spent $5 million to build a field just right down the way. They didn't actually use the actual Field of Dreams field, but they put in the stands and everything. On a new field, like I said, not very far away. Of course, they only invited the Iowa fans. That was how they, kept the crowd down and everything. I don't know how many seats they sold and everything, but it was quite a production. Kevin Costner was there, and, they all come out of the cornfield. And, I mean, of course, that, to me, for a baseball movie, you got to either say Sandlot or you got to say Field of Dreams was 2 of the best damn baseball movies ever made. You may not agree with me, but I mean, they were both pretty damn good movies, But, I didn't get a chance to watch it, but I got to see all the highlights of it. It was quite a production, but they're gonna do it again next year, and I think it's gonna be the Cubs and the Reds playing up there.
Really?
What I understand, yeah.
Ooh.
But the sad part is, the Cubs, they had their fire sale, they got rid of all their stars and everything. So to save money, old Ricketts with the Cubs, he's going to bust the minor league team over from Iowa, the Iowa Cubs. He's going to bust him over to Field of Dreams, I don't know if you paid much attention to what the Cubs done, but they got rid of him.
I know they're what, like 20-some games below out of first place or whatever. They're way behind.
Yeah, they got rid of all their star players. I mean, they don't have any other big names. Matter of fact, I think we got one of their pitchers, John Lester, but I think the only person they actually kept was their catcher. I mean, they got rid of Riz O'Brien. Like I said, everybody. They didn't keep anybody. But like I said, I believe it's going to be the Reds and the Cubs next year. It should be a good deal. I wish I got a chance to watch it, but like I said, just seeing the footage that Fox done for it, it was pretty amazing.
You'll probably find it on YouTube or something, right? I got to get to my news break. I'm way behind, ain't I? We'll be back after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Pentagon officials say that thousands of Afghan refugees will be headed for military bases in Texas and Wisconsin as they seek shelter in the U.S. from the Taliban. The Defense Department tapped Fort Bliss in Texas and Fort McCoy in Wisconsin as the arrival point for those refugees as thousands try to flee from Kabul. Those being taken in at those bases will arrive on special immigration visas, meaning they will have health screenings and full background checks before being resettled. Utah Governor Spencer Cox sent a letter to President Biden on Tuesday expressing his desire to help resettle those who are fleeing Afghanistan. And Texas Governor Greg Abbott has tested positive for COVID-19. In a statement, the governor's office said that he is fully vaccinated and is tested daily, with this being his first positive result. Abbott is currently quarantining in the governor's mansion and is not experiencing any symptoms. The statement added that he is receiving the Regeneron's monoclonal antibody treatment. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, thank you so much. Jump back into it here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. And it's 844-844-3388. Yeah, let me see here. I'm going to share what Knucklebuster brought up a little bit ago for the email he got from the VA. Looking at a post, one of the Facebook friends, and she says, because I've never been able to keep my mouth shut, the war in Afghanistan cost this family years of our lives, and we're the lucky ones. It was tearful goodbyes and crowded hangars. Walk into the car so we wouldn't lose it in front of everyone. Holding on just a few extra seconds in case this was our last kiss or last hug. It was watching my children say goodbye to their father a third and fourth time and eventually a fifth. Tears streaming down tiny cheeks that had already seen too much after Jason's deployments to Iraq. It was holding my new daughter for months before my husband ever got to meet her. It was being alone, stationed thousands of miles away from family during a deployment, when a neurosurgeon told me he suspected my child had a brain tumor. It was nights where I couldn't pretend it was okay that I slept with a laptop on his pillow just in case he would get a chance to Skype. It was not washing that pillowcase until the night before he came home for mid-tour, or good. Just because I was terrified I'd lose the last thing that had his scent. It was years of my stomach dropping at the sound of the doorbell. Years of Googling to see if there'd been a helicopter crash when Jason didn't call after a flight. Phone calls saying he'd taken a bullet to his fuel tank but landed safely, which triggered my own anxiety after he'd been seriously wounded in his first deployment. It goes on, but years of sacrifice that we signed up for, right? So for the people posting that we never should have been there, let me tell you this, there are moments I may agree with you. Moments where I want my years back. The past few days have made me scream and sob that it was all in vain. Days where I watched my husband deal with complicated emotions and shut off his social media because of the crappy things people say from behind the safety of a keyboard. No veteran needs you posting that we shouldn't have been there. That the wounds, the PTSD, the funerals, the sacrifice, the loss didn't mean anything. Trust me, there's already an awareness in military households that you can't comprehend unless you've lived in one. And every single veteran and their families, because we may not serve, but we sure as hell clean the infection out of wounds left by shrapnel, has differing opinions. But there's one thing, I don't want my years back. Here's the thing. I will never know if those 20 years we spent in Afghanistan suppressed another attack on this country. I'll never know if my children are safer because of their dad's sacrifice. I do know that because of those 20 years, little girls in Afghanistan were taught to read. They were allowed to go to school, a first for many. Does it eviscerate me that those same little girls may now be hunted down by the Taliban? Of course. But Jason's sacrifice was not in vain. Those girls can read. They know there's a bigger world waiting for them if they can get out. They had 20 years because our troops gave it to them. Should we do all we can to grant emergency visas and take refugees? Absolutely. Is this whole situation a heartbreaking catastrophe? You bet it is. Should we do everything possible to get our interpreters and other at-risk people out? Yes. Do you have the right to say whatever you want about it? Hell yes. My husband, brother, father, mother, cousins, grandfathers fought for you to have that right to say what you please. The First Amendment's not just a little piece of paper. It's a constant, never-ending purchase that's paid for with blood of the U.S. military. One day, we'll have to dissect what happened. Not just over the last few weeks, but the last 20 years. I'm just not sure military families like ours are ready for civilians with zero skin in the game to play armchair general like they had the slightest clue what the hell actually happened over there. Even I only know what my husband told me from what he'd seen while serving there. Also, I'm absolutely a civilian. So say what you want, but remember who's reading it. We have lost more soldiers to suicide than combat since these wars began. Don't be the reason that rate rises. Don't make someone's sacrifice seem trivial or worthless. There are so many people hurting today. Please don't be the person to stick that knife a little deeper. As for me, I'm going to go hug my veteran and pray for the safety of both the soldiers on the ground and the civilians that are fleeing the tyranny there. She said quite a mouthful, huh? The email Knucklebuster was talking about, I guess he received this past day, from the Department of Veterans Affairs. Veterans from all eras are reacting to the events in Afghanistan, such as the U.S. withdrawal and the takeover by the Taliban. You are not alone. Veterans may question the meaning of their service or whether it was worth the sacrifices they made. They may feel moral distress about experiences they had during their service. It's normal to feel this way. Talk with your friends and your families. Reach out to battle buddies. Connect with peer-to-peer network. Or sign up for some of our mental health services. We've got a list of common reactions and coping advice. Obviously, concerns about veteran suicide. They give the Veterans Crisis Line. You've got the Vet Centers, the VA Mental Health Services Guide, Rally Point, where you can talk to other veterans online, discuss what your feelings as the Taliban reclaim Afghanistan after 20 years of U.S. involvement. You can download the VA's self-help applications, tools to help deal with common reactions, stress, sadness, anxiety. And you can actually track your symptoms over time. They've got the VA Women Veterans Call Center, caregiver support, and on it goes. Common reactions. In reaction to current events, veterans may feel frustrated, sad, helpless, grief or distressed. They may feel angry or betrayed. You may experience an increase in mental health symptoms like PTSD or depression. You may sleep poorly. You may drink more or use drugs. Try to avoid all the reminders or the media. Shy away from social situations. You may have more military and homecoming memories. Veterans may actually question the meaning of their service or if it was worth their sacrifice. You may feel like they need to expect and or prepare for the worst. They may become overly protective, vigilant, preoccupied by danger, feel a need to avoid being shocked by or unprepared for what may happen in the future. Feeling distress is a normal reaction to negative events, especially ones that feel personal. It can be helpful to let yourself feel those feelings rather than try to avoid them. Often those feelings will naturally run their course, but if they continue without easing up or you feel overwhelmed, we've got some suggestions that can be helpful. Consider some of the general strategies. Engage in positive activities. Positive, healthy, meaningful activities, even if they're small, simple actions, doing things that are rewarding or meaningful. Even if you don't feel like it, it may help you feel better. Spend time with people who give you a sense of security, calm, or happiness, those who best understand what you're going through. Practice good self-care. Look for positive coping strategies to help you manage your emotions. Listen to music, exercise. Spend time in nature or with animals. Reading, inspirational text, or some simple ways to help manage overwhelming or distressing emotions. Try to stick to your routines. It can be helpful to stick to a schedule for when you sleep, when you eat, when you work, all your day-to-day activities. Limit how much news you take in. Media coverage can often increase your distress. And again, they've got the numbers for the post-traumatic stress disorder coach online. But concerns, how many thousands and thousands and tens of thousands may have these kind of emotions running through their brains right now. Yeah, Knucklebuster, thank you. That was definitely worth sharing. We'll get back to your calls into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, let me get back to your calls here. And, good morning, Chevy Guy. What's happening?
Man, that young lady that you just talked about, I swear she read my email that I sent my grandson. When I found out the base overnight, they abandoned it. They were running our military or evacuating them overnight. How they and the Taliban was starting to take cities. I wrote to my grandson, combat veteran, and I said, part of what I said, You did not, no matter what, you didn't do or fail. You did your job. The only thing you were worried about was the man next to you on either side, the man ahead of you and the man behind you, your buddies. And I said, don't let anybody tell you that your service in Afghanistan was a failure, because you helped and you were a part of a 20-year development of freedom. Those people, and the fact that you see women running for the borders trying to escape and get into to Iran and get into Pakistan, is because they know freedom. They didn't, before we came and the Taliban had it, they didn't know dance, music, movies. Now they know all this stuff. They know what freedom is about. And I said, in this last 20 years was evident by seeing these people trying to get to freedom. And I said, I'm proud of you, and don't let anybody say anything that you did not deliver freedom to those people. But it's not your fault that their own men laid their guns down and ran.
Mm-hmm.
And tonight I got an answer to that, and it was plain and simple. Afghanistan's a joke, Grandpa. Biden administration. And that pretty well says it all. They know it's a joke. All right. I still stand by what I'm saying. I'm glad to getting our troops out of there quickly. I was told, with all respect, I was told I don't see the big picture. Well, maybe I do. I mean, it's like this. I mean, he can't even manage an evacuation. How do you think he's going to manage an occupation? I mean, it's just, even under the Trump administration, we can't just dump it on one man. This whole endeavor was a failure. When Trump took over and he was going to hold them out, I was rebuked last night for several, and I'm still scratching my head. When they were trying to rebuke me, they were backing up what I was saying. That our military would say, all right, negotiate with the Taliban, and every time we would negotiate, move back a little bit, they would rush in and take it, or they wouldn't show up for the meeting. They would spit in our face. It's just, they were going to overrun the country no matter what deal we make, just like this. I'm sorry about the contractors there, but if you want to trust a negotiation between our military and the Taliban, I mean, they're not exactly very trustworthy folk in the first place. Okay, I'm going to move on to something about the military. All right, we got it. All right, the helicopters. Well, I really hope that those were downgraded Black Hawks. They've been around for a long time. I'm pretty sure China has several of them sitting over there in the museum, tearing them apart a long time ago. Russia too. I'm telling you, I would hope that they're downgraded. Right now is the time when, remember, our military was bucking up against Trump. And every time you turn around, there was a leak coming out of his boardroom where the military was fighting that man. Well, I tell you what, it's silent right now. But right now, General Milley needs to get up there, and he needs to tell us, were they upgraded? How much technology was lost? I'm worried about the drones, but all this stuff is no threat to the United States. All right, it's just I imagine how much of that did we lose? Well, where is it? General Milley needs to come up and answer that question. Quit looking for Trump supporters in the military ranks.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a screw up. But it's just a total screw up, and I don't care. I got to admit, I was unaware, unselfish. I didn't study as much until I had a grandson on the ground, and I was trying to figure out why is he there. And that's how come I go back to George Bush. He put a patch, a 2-inch patch on a hairy man's back in Afghanistan. Obama come along and put a 2-foot patch on that hairy back in Afghanistan. Trump was trying to peel that duct tape off that hairy man's back, and and it was slow. It was forever. But old Biden come along, he just yanked that sucker off there. Well, I'm telling you, there was no good end to this. And the problem is there was no good beginning. So I'm glad we got our troops out of there. And I'm sorry, the contractors that were piled in there has time. Maybe Halliburton, all these people need to start paying the Taliban their ransom to get the people out. Because I don't care. I'm tired of us doing this stuff. I don't trust Lindsey Graham. He was kept pushing us to stay in there. Yeah, but I've got to wonder how much investment he had in those contractors and businesses making money. Someone last night said, "Oh, there was no material over there. There's no raw material." Well, yes, there is. It's bleeding the taxpayer money. We send it over there, and the American companies, contractors, take 50% of the cut and use the other 50% to supply the material, to do the cooks, to hire the people to take care of to guard the base. I'm sorry, I'm glad we're out of that mess. We need to get out of Iran. Iraq. I get it. In 77, we patrolled the Middle East. I had friends. We made friends in Iran, because it was under the Shah, and I get it. And then a few years later, these people that I made friends with, acquaintances, if you will, all of a sudden they're our enemies, and we're talking about going to war with them. So I understand that feeling too, but at the same time, you just got to cut and get out of there, because it comes down to this: World War I, World War II, we won. We delivered it. We won that war. Korea, we didn't win the war, but we delivered half the country to South Korea. Vietnam. And this here, we just occupy and get killed. There's no sense in that. And Knuckle Dragger made mention that Kamala Harris is going to Vietnam. Well, under Bush, a U.S. Navy destroyer pulled in there. The Vietnamese government is wanting to have a relationship with the United States, ironically, because China's been taking their outer islands, and they was wanting to have some kind of a bond with America. So I imagine Kamala is going over there trying to reassure them that we're good friends. Or they're probably a little bit nervous after seeing Afghanistan.
I would only imagine. I'm not hearing anything in the news about, per se what Kamala's doing. Most people weren't even aware she's over there. Yeah, you're not seeing much of anything in Kamala. Someone had been alluding in recent days, and I started thinking, but thinking you're right. He said, the last they saw of Kamala Harris was when she was tested for the COVID after meeting with the delegation of Democrats that came in there out of Texas. After a bunch of them tested positive, I had people thinking things like, where is Kamala? So I did a little search last evening. That's, lo and behold, she's on some Asian trip. All right, behind on the news update once again. We come back with more of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Pentagon officials say that thousands of Afghan refugees will be headed for military bases in Texas and Wisconsin as they seek shelter in the U.S. from the Taliban. The Defense Department tapped Fort Bliss in Texas and Fort McCoy in Wisconsin as the arrival point for those refugees as thousands try to flee from Kabul. Those being taken in at those bases will arrive on special immigration visas, meaning they will have health screenings and full background checks before being resettled. Utah Governor Spencer Cox sent a letter to President Biden on Tuesday expressing his desire to help resettle those who are fleeing Afghanistan. And Texas Governor Greg Abbott has tested positive for COVID-19. In a statement, the governor's office said that he is fully vaccinated and is tested daily, with this being his first positive result. Abbott is currently quarantining in the governor's mansion and is not experiencing any symptoms. The statement added that he is receiving the Regeneron's monoclonal antibody treatment. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Another 1,000 people were evacuated from Afghanistan on Tuesday after flights resumed out of the Kabul airport. State Department spokesman Ned Price says that more than 3,000 people have been airlifted out so far. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell says the way that U.S. forces were pulled out is an embarrassment. The Kentucky Republican tells Fox News that thousands have been left in danger because of the administration's policy.
It's an embarrassment. It's a stain on our national reputation. There are up to 15,000 Americans stranded out in the country who presumably have to beg the Taliban to let them get to the airport, not to mention the interpreters who worked with us and other Afghans who were in danger because they cooperated with us. All of this is the aftermath of the decision first to withdraw and then to withdraw in a precipitous and incompetent way.
This is USA Radio News.
Bingo lovers, you have to try Bingo Treasure, the bingo game you play anywhere. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com from your smartphone, your tablet, or your computer and play Bingo Treasure for free. Play one card, play more. Work your way through the maze of bingo fun. Bingo Treasure is bingo at the next level. Go right now to BingoRadioUSA.com for your free account and free play. Join the bingo revolution. It's free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com.
The U.S. is expected to soon approve booster shots of COVID vaccine for all people who have received their first 2 shots. Officials are expected to recommend a third dose 8 months after the second shot to provide longer-lasting effects. New data has shown preliminary evidence that the protective effects of the vaccines begins to drop within months. Dr. Vin Gupta says that could cause some confusion, leaving the vaccinated to question whether they're really protected. The University of Washington faculty member tells CNBC that it could also lead to even more skepticism from the unvaccinated.
The guidance on boosters, we've long known that if you're immunocompromised, you just said it, if cancer, recent chemotherapy, solid organ transplant patients, they will likely need a booster. They're going to be first in line. If you're over 65, you'll be second in line. That makes sense because that paradigm applies to other vaccines, other boosters that we take. However, for those that are otherwise healthy, less than 65 years of age, these vaccines, 2 doses of Pfizer or 2 doses of Moderna, remain powerfully effective at keeping people out of the hospital. So to issue this broad guidance here that everybody's going to need a booster at 8 months, we're going to phase it in like we phased in the initial doses, does not align with the data as we know it to be right now. And this will cause potentially confusion. It's going to cause people who've been fully vaccinated to say, wait a minute, I thought I was protected. And crucially, Carl, for those that are unvaccinated, it's going to cause them to say, well, are the vaccines working or not? That's what I hear constantly from those who have questions about the vaccine and are waiting and seeing. Why aren't 2 enough?
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we jump back into another hour here. Hope your week's going well. Midweek coming on already as we work our way into the, what are we looking at, 18th day of August already. I know many conservative talk radio listeners familiar with Phil Valentine, and he's still fighting, but it's not looking good, they tell us. Grave condition was the word this past day. Hospitalized with COVID last month. His family issued a statement urging his fans, his listening fans, to pray for a miracle. In the statement, the family said his condition has not improved. He was put on a ventilator last month, suffering from the COVID pneumonia. Now, they say, although Valentine had voiced concerns about the safety of the vaccines, and he was opposed to mask mandates, the family said he was never an anti-vaxxer person. He does regret not being more pro-vaccine. Family members are urging listening fans to go ahead and get the vaccine. Now, in their initial statement following his hospitalization last month, the family said that he was looking forward to being able to be more vigorously advocate or pro-vaccine as soon as he's back on the air. Now, Valentine hosts the Phil Valentine Show, I guess emanating out of Nashville's Super Talk 99.7, WTN. Again, last month, confirming via Facebook, he tested positive, talked about his struggle with the virus on his show. At which point he was obviously still on the air. He said, I think I'm on the other side of it, talking about the coughing, the congestion, the fatigue that hurts like crap, as he put it. He added that at that time, I'm certainly moving forward, it appears, not in a straight line, but it's just one of those things. I don't want it to linger on. Well, it has lingered, and, kind of harkens me back to when our listening friend Elvis came down with COVID. That was back, what was it, toward Christmas time? Thanksgiving, somewhere between Thanksgiving and Christmas. Was hospitalized for a period, but I guess you call it the long COVID. The pneumonia that set in, and you can't kick the pneumonia. He fought for months, and ultimately he succumbed to the COVID. I guess I could give an update on one other that's not in quite that condition as far as like Phil Valentine being on a vent. But for those who went on our cruise back in 2019, the last time we actually got to have a cruise. Remember we had, was it 2017 or 2019? I can't recall which one it was. Thinking it was 2019, but you had, Tina was there and her best friend, Sharon and Jess, that were the couple there on the cruise. Of course, Tina and Sharon both came down with COVID at the same time. How many months ago has that been? I mean, I'm thinking it's been 8 or 10 months at least. Tina fully recovered, but Sharon continues. She's dealing with the long COVID, struggling to breathe. And Tina was asking for prayers for Sharon because, how do they put it? Your body just gets tired. You're struggling to catch breath for such, and your lungs eventually, you start to give out. You can't get a breath. So maybe say a prayer for Sharon as she struggles with the COVID after all this time. For those of faith, I just thought I'd pass that your way, and thank you very much. A man facing murder charges after allegedly driving his family into the path of an oncoming semi-truck on purpose last Thursday. According to NBC Los Angeles, 31-year-old Cesar Torres was driving an SUV the wrong way along the 101 freeway with the mother of his children and his 4 children, ages 18 months to 8 years old, as passengers. Allegedly drove head-on into the oncoming semi-truck while Garcia tried to wrestle the steering wheel away from him unsuccessfully. That was his wife. Force of the impact killed her. Minor injuries for the truck driver, who was treated on the scene and released. But after the accident, highway patrol officers had to fight with Torres and ended up tasing and hog-tying him to get control of the situation. Yeah, Garcia's brother says Torres called him several hours before the crash, and he was making some concerning statements. It's like, if I go missing and the boys go missing, you know who did it? And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he said God talked to him and said he has to give his family to God. And I'm like, no, what are you talking about? Come back. In regards to Garcia's struggle to control the steering wheel, the child said, Mommy saved us. All right. Now, they did set up a GoFundMe page for her funeral. The campaign, as of yesterday, had raised close to $18,000. But, crazy stories out there. You never know what you're going to witness out there on the highways and byways. All right. Horse Feathers got you coming up in just a moment. Eagle on the line. Hello, Eagle.
Okay. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. What's going on this morning?
Okay. Yeah, I got some things to say, Steve. First of all, I'd like to say to you, I'm looking at you on my laptop, on my tablet, and I like that shirt you got on. I'm looking at this Steve Summers, Steve Summers YouTube channel, so I can see you real good. And I'm looking at that. And I like to say this, Steve. Okay, now I'm hearing today, as I was watching the news, NBC News nightly edition that comes on at 6 o'clock in Texas, where I'm at right now. I'm seeing on my television Afghani people saying that the United States abandoned them, that we walked out on the Afghan people. Well, let me tell you something, Steve, and tell them the same thing. This is going to be one of the few times you ever hear me say something good about Joe Biden, Steve, because you know how I feel about the guy. But this time, I'm going to say that Joe Biden, he did what he had to do. We cannot stay in what they want us to stay in the country 100 years and do the job that they coward, and that's what they are, is cowards. I'm not talking about the interpreters. I'm not talking about the people, the Afghanis that work with the U.S. to make our job easier there. I'm talking about the men that were trained by the United States military for 20 years to defend their own country and keep their women and children from going back to the Sharia law. These men are nothing but cowards, Steve. Joe Biden, he did exactly what I would have done if I was president. I'm not talking about the way he handled it, the way he pulled the troops out. I'm talking about it was time for the United States to no longer be, it should, like I told you last night, it should have been when Barack Obama, when he eliminated Osama bin Laden, the mission was over. Because that's what George Bush said in 2001 when they destroyed the towers, that he wanted bin Laden to be taken down and to be eliminated. They eliminated bin Laden and when they did that, the troop involvement in Afghanistan should have been over too. Now, like I said, these people are cowards, Steve. The ones that were trained by the U.S. military, they put their arms down and let the Taliban walk right back into power. That is not Joe Biden's fault. That is their fault. They have to defend their own country. Apparently, they don't care about their country, or they would have done something about it. So. But that's the last thing good you're going to hear me say about Joe Biden, because I'm about to say some other things about Joe Biden that it is not good what I'm about to say about this man. You know something, Steve? This guy, if you listen to Sean Hannity, if you listen to Dan Bongino, if you listen to people like that, but see, we both know that they're not going to enact the 25th Amendment on Biden, because he has Nancy Pelosi on his side, and Nancy Pelosi is going to do everything she can to make sure another Republican is in the White House as long as she is there, and she's got something to say about it. But like I said, people keep saying that Kamala Harris is the next person in line if Joe Biden goes down. The way I see it, Kamala shouldn't even be. She should be like number 50 on the list, because I've seen the way she handled the situation in Texas, and she's just as incompetent as her boss is. So if Biden was to step down, Kamala shouldn't even go nowhere near the presidency because she's just as incompetent as he is, Steve. Now, let me say one other thing right quick before I get to this Texas situation, Steve. You know, these people, Joe Biden said that he is the boss, that the buck stops with him. And it looks like he is right about that, Steve, because either Joe Biden, either he is the dumbest president we've ever had, or he's the only person that doesn't listen to his military advisors, because he was advised on the situation that the Taliban could take over this country, and he apparently didn't listen to what they have to say. And so I agree with some people when they say that we definitely didn't. We had over 20 years to develop an exit policy, Steve, on how we was going to exit this country and exit it the right way, because the way they're doing it is the wrong way, and the whole world is seeing it right now in live color. And like I told you last night, Steve, never in my life did I ever thought I would see an airplane going down the runway with people hanging off of it, and actually see several men fall from this plane 5,000-10,000 feet up in the air, maybe higher than that, to their death. Never thought I'd ever see some stuff like that. That's some unheard of stuff right there, Steve. Now, let me get to the Texas situation. I don't know if you know it. You probably know it, Steve. The governor of Texas down here where I live at has tested positive for the coronavirus. That's right. Greg Abbott has tested positive for the coronavirus. Whether it's the Delta or the Corona, I don't know. But here's the deal. The hospitals down here, Steve, are packed. That they have no more room. Greg Abbott today, he ordered 5 tractor-trailer trucks to come on down to Texas so they can load bodies on them, because they have nowhere to store the bodies of dead individuals here in the state of Texas. That's right, 5 tractor-trailer trucks that have been ordered by Greg Abbott. You know, Greg Abbott has done everything he could, Steve, to get Texas under control, to get this virus under control, but they won't allow him. He has wanted to put the National Guard on the border. Greg Abbott has done everything he possibly could to close this Texas border up and to keep these people out of the country, and they won't allow him to do it. But here's the deal, Steve. Joe Biden, what he is doing right now, Steve, I don't know if you heard that news. That guy that's now the leader of the Taliban right now. Guess what? He was once a prisoner in Guantanamo Bay. That guy that you see on your television screen, sitting at that table with those in the men's stand. That guy was once in the possession of the United States, and now he's a free man to run wild all over the world. The spread.
I believe he was actually in Guantanamo at one point, and I'd have to double check, but somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Was he not released under the Obama administration? I do believe. All right, Eagle, got to get a quick 2-minute timeout here. Thank you much. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Yes, indeed it is, and we're back at 844-844-3388. What do you say, horse feathers?
Morning, Your Honor. I guess we should say, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Already, yeah, hump day. Another. Boy, they're coming by. Well, seems like every day's hump day, doesn't it?
It seems like it, yeah. Maybe the world would be better if every day was hump day. I don't know. Something to think about. Certainly would be more exhausted if it was. I don't know. Anyway, hey, Mr. Abbott there, the governor of Texas, you said he's COVID positive. If I recollect what I heard on the news and everything right, he was fully vaccinated, wasn't he?
He is fully vaccinated. He is asymptomatic. My understanding is he is tested every day, and this is the first time he's got a positive test to come back. He's going to quarantine in the governor's mansion for 10 days or something.
All right. So does that make him go on any type of regimen of any sort to try to treat it at all?
Yes.
Or is he just sitting there waiting to see? Oh,
I think they're giving him, is it Regeneron? I think I had it in the story. I printed it up here. They are giving him something as a treatment.
okay. Now, what about Mr. Valentine? When he was first tested COVID positive, was he able to get anything for a treatment, or did they just tell him to kind of monitor your symptoms and be careful and wait till you have to go to the hospital?
Well, obviously, at some point, when he was positive, he was still on the radio, talking about his symptoms and how he felt like crap, and it just he continued to get worse and worse. I think he was ill, and then you start to get better. And in some people, not everyone, just for whatever, some people come down with the actual disease. First, you get infected, and you can try to kick it. And then if you come down with what they call the disease, the long-term, the whole pneumonia thing, he ultimately ended up in the hospital, and he was there for a week. And then nearly 2 weeks in, he got to where he was struggling so hard to breathe, he asked to be put on a ventilator. And I guess he's now been on the ventilator for over 2 weeks. That's not good.
Yeah, but my question is everything we've always been hearing about was that if you're going to do any type of treatment before it turns drastic and dire to be on a ventilator, you have to catch it in the first 3 days to get any of these treatments that they've been working on.
You need to get on something early. Exactly. Yep.
You got to do everything in the first couple days. So that was my question: is if there's been any information come out whether he did any early treatment or whether he just tried to weather the storm and see if he could pass it by without treatment. And I'd like to know that. So speaking of treatments, have you gotten signed up to go get your booster? Because the boosters are going to be FDA approved.
Yeah, I saw that.
Now, what type of FDA approval are the boosters going to have? Nobody said Is it still going to be the emergency?
Well, it would have to be. Yeah,
approval?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's all they've got right now. They don't even have the regular vaccine fully approved yet. So, yeah, it'll be EAU.
Okay. All right. Well, I was just checking to see what type of, because they didn't say on the news what type of approval. It just, okay, it's going to be FDA approved, so everybody go get it, get in line. I'm like, yeah, no. I think we did the regular shot. And, well, wasn't the regular shot, didn't they tell us the Pfizer and the Moderna that were supposed to be, 98% effective? What happened to the 98% effective rate, Steve?
Well, according to Dr. Fauci, the vaccine didn't change. The protocol didn't change. The virus changed. The virus changed.
All right. Well, you go get your news break. If you want to hold me over, I got another thing. But other than that.
All right. Yeah, we take care of that. 28 before the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Arizona's governor has issued an executive order banning cities and counties in his state from enacting vaccine mandates for their employees. Governor Doug Ducey's order comes a day after the city of Tucson voted to implement a mask mandate and covers the gap before a state law that prohibits local governments from enacting vaccine mandates goes into effect at the end of September. Tucson's Mayor Regina Romero has pushed back against the governor's order, calling it legally meaningless. And the death toll in the 7.2 magnitude earthquake that struck Haiti over the weekend has reached nearly 2,000 as rescue efforts continue after Tropical Storm Grace stopped them with its arrival. Officials say that 1,941 people have died in the quake, with nearly 10,000 injured. UNICEF has estimated that about 1.2 million people have been affected by the natural disaster that struck some of the most isolated areas in the country. Officials say many homes have been destroyed, leaving people without shelter and limited or no access to fresh water, food, or health care. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There we go. Got you back at it here on a hump day. Let me see here. Looks like I have to dial this back up. All right, welcome back, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, thanks for holding me over there, Your Honor. Yeah, so last thing for you and the AccuWeather gods. What is the deal with the rain? Rain. It's all we're having here. You get a couple hours, it doesn't rain, the humidity's so thick, you go outside, you feel like you're going to have a heart attack, and you go back inside, and you come back out a little bit, and it's raining again. And
yeah.
We got flood watches in effect. We got flood watches in effect anywhere from Baltimore to Washington, and people got water standing in their yards. They look like swimming holes out there or fishing holes out there in their front lawns, and it's a bad situation here. Water's getting deep. People are starting to get together and building a big wooden ship to put 2x2 animals on there.
Yeah.
I don't know. So, I don't know. Is there any prediction to this, or what's going on in the world of AccuWeather?
Well, you're in the zone where you got that front that's kind of stalled out and just draped right across that region. So, you're getting those rounds of showers every day. And later today, that's going to be enhanced as all the moisture from Fred's comes streaming in your way. So get ready for more rain.
Oh, we get Fred too. I wasn't sure which way that was going. We knew it was going up the Appalachia there, but we didn't know. They didn't know any further about Virginia the last time I saw. So is it coming to the Mid-Atlantic then from there?
Well, I mean, all the moisture is going to interact with that frontal boundary and enhance more of the showers like you've been dealing with the last couple of days. Yep.
Okay. All righty then. Well, I guess that's about all we got for you there. So other than that, have yourself a fine morning, and we'll catch you again there later.
All right. Thank you very much, Horse Feathers. Let me jump down. We talked about this in the first hour. Out of Tennessee. A little more information. They got people along these rivers being evacuated this morning, early Wednesday morning. Waters rising in East Tennessee. And I guess the mayor, I read the order that the mayor had presented earlier. Let me see a little more. It says the Cook County Emergency Management Agency said water is moving out of Canton, North Carolina, towards Walters Dam, possibly flooding areas around the Pigeon River. Water levels were at flooding stages as of about 9:20 last evening. Increasing water from Canton is going to take the river's water levels higher than we've seen in several years, they say. Residents living or camping near any Cook County waterway Stay vigilant of the rivers. Prepare to evacuate if the order is given. Flood warning is also in effect until Thursday for the Pigeon River and the French Broad River. Coke County Schools have announced that they're going to be on a 2-hour delay this morning due to flooding concerns. They're also working with Walters Dam to prepare for incoming water. The gates were opened, and at the moment the dam is functioning as designed, was the word out of Coke County there in Tennessee. All right, back to the calls here. Is that Steve?
Yes, sir.
Morning, Steve.
Good morning, Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a small cell going through Memphis right now. It's raining pretty hard over here. But looks like it's going to be moving out shortly. Yeah, they got like 16 inches of rain over there by, Asheville, North Carolina?
They got dumped on, yes. Like they said, the frog strangling rains.
So is that where all that water is coming from that area in North Carolina?
Coming down to North Carolina, down into East Tennessee, yep.
Yeah, that's crazy how much rain they got. My God. I was watching some of it just made a stop at the pilot, and I saw they had the Weather Channel on, man. Those floodwaters, there's towns that are completely underwater. What is it, Canton, North Carolina?
Yes.
Yeah, it's very bad over there. Steve, that email you read a little while ago, I think it was at the start of the third hour from that one military wife. Steve, I'll tell you, man, I don't know about you, but that choked me up when I heard you read that.
Yep.
That was one of the best letters I've heard in years, in a long, long time. And I pray for that woman's family, her and her family. They are true American patriots. Steve, I just hope some of your listeners go back and listen to that letter at the beginning of the third hour. There's a such word as a deterrent. I'd like to know what would happen if we pulled out, what do we got, 28,000 troops in South Korea? I'd like to know what would happen if we pulled those troops out of South Korea tomorrow. If Joe Biden decided, you know what, we've been in South Korea 50 years. We need to pull out of there. I'd like to know what would happen. South Korea. What Kim would do about that.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, here's my point. The world is going to look at the United States now as someone they can't trust. Our allies, I'm speaking of. If they need help with something, are they going to be able to trust Joe Biden and this government? I don't think so. I think it's a sad day in the world for what this man did. Talked about it last night. Hate to harp on it, but it just bugs the crap out of me. That woman said it exactly in her letter. You know, we help those women, those children go to school. We help those people not to try to, build a democracy, but pretty much to keep towers from coming down again. That's why we've been there pretty much for the last 7-8 years, is a deterrent. Pappy brought it up earlier when I was listening to the first hour. Bad things are going to start happening, Steve. We talked about it last night. The border's been open since January 20th, 12 o'clock Eastern time. Since your program has been on the air, I believe, 7 months now? 8 months? The border's been wide open. God only knows, and we talked about this 8 months ago, Steve. God only knows how many terrorists are in this country right now, planning patiently. You mentioned last night how patient these Islamic extremists are. They're very, very patient. It was kind of a joke, Steve, when you were reading that one piece about how Biden said one of the reasons he pulled out was because the Afghans were squandering $1 billion? Is that the wording he used?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. after they just passed a $1.5 trillion and $3.5 trillion so-called infrastructure deal. And Biden's worried about the Afghan people squandering $1 billion. How many billions of dollars is he given the Taliban to not attack U.S. citizens and Afghanis at that airport? I'd like to know that, Steve, what they're giving the Taliban to stand down. We should demand to know what they're giving them to stand down. They got to be giving them something. Otherwise, they wouldn't let people walk. See, here's the other thing. Why would they have all these troops around that airport? I mean, are we really going to know what's going to happen when they evacuate the last helicopter out of Afghanistan? How many people, women, children, Afghans are going to be slaughtered, beheaded? We're not going to know. We're not going to know. You already said they're going door to door with the kill list. You know, so if we leave people there, if there's people at that airport trying to get out of there and they're left behind, the Taliban know that they are sympathizers of the West. You know what else gets me, Steve? This is my last point. You know, Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell are out there attacking Joe Biden yesterday on his withdrawal procedure. But Americans forget, or hopefully don't forget, that 7 days ago, they supported the economic destruction of the United States by having 18, 19 Republicans join in to vote on that so-called infrastructure package. And yesterday, they're out attacking Joe Biden after they made backdoor deals with them. They are frauds. Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell are frauds. They really are. You know, and they've already been reelected, so they have nothing to worry about for the next 6 years. That's why they do this. But you notice on the other side, Steve, on the Democratic side, it's all crickets. You don't hear Pelosi. You don't hear Schumer. You don't hear any of these squad members coming out and denouncing the Taliban on what they're doing to the women over there, what they're doing to the Afghani people, what they're going to do. But you notice how when Israel attacked Hamas, all of them attacked Israel. So what does that tell you? Steve, they're Taliban sympathizers. They support that kind of government. Those are the people that are in Congress right now, that squad. They support the Taliban. That's the kind of government they want here. Suppressive, oppressive.
We know they want. We know they want a government where the people have to rely on the government for everything. So the government.
Steve, it's just.
The government wants to. So they have total control. The people have to be subservient. Yeah, I'm looking here at the report. Yeah, thank you very much, Steve. Have a great morning. Apparently, right now things are kind of getting very ugly. The Taliban is now entering the most precarious period. According to the Wall Street Journal, Kabul is in chaos. Reports of beatings and killings are spreading terror among residents. International observers fear that opportunistic groups may use this vacuum to loot and kill. Yeah, they took the country pretty easily, but so did we after September 11. According to one familiar with the talks, the idea of a protracted civil war is still possible. Western officials say they hope the Taliban will respect international conventions and preserve some of the hard-won freedoms for women that were achieved over the 20 years the U.S. was there, which they say in return, Western diplomats are offering international legitimacy and potentially even assistance. We'll see where that goes. Yeah, Steve, you mentioned the southern border. This is where we should really be concerned. You know, what happens on the other side of the world? Yeah, we spent 20 years trying to help those people. And the Taliban takes over. The people did not want to fight for themselves, as we know. So what happens on our southern border? As Steve just mentioned, we know the terrorist organizations are undoubtedly capitalizing, taking advantage of this broad, wide-open border policy. And I quote, unprecedented numbers of known or suspected terrorists have crossed the southern border in recent months, says the outgoing Border Patrol chief. Rodney Scott, head of the Border Patrol, told his 19,000 agents before retiring on August the 14th. He said, your national security mission is paramount right now, despite the Biden administration's focus on migrant families and children who are coming across the border in record rates. Over and over again, I see other people talk about our mission, your mission, and the context of it being immigration, or the current crisis today being an immigration crisis. I firmly believe this is a national security crisis. Immigration is just a subcomponent of it, and right now, it's just a cover for massive amounts of smuggling going across the southwest border, to include TSDBs at a level we've never seen before. That is a real threat. What is a TSDB? That refers to known or suspected terrorists, as identified by the FBI's terrorist screening database. Your peers or you are taking criminals, pedophiles, rapists, murderers, and like I said before, even TSDB alerts off the street and keeping them safe from America. Even if we processed several thousand migrants that day, and even if thousands of them were allowed into the U.S., you still took those threats off the street. So please don't undersell yourself how important your mission is. Known or suspected terrorists. And I would suggest those numbers are just going to continue going up as the border remains wide open. Well, let's see. Get a quick 2-minute timeout. Red Buell got you coming up next. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we head down the home stretch for another hour here. And yes, I always try to give the factual information. And Douglas, you're right. Earlier when I said correct, I did say correct me if I'm wrong. I believe the leader of this new leader of the Taliban was released during the Obama era. That was not correct. It was actually when the talks started with the Trump administration. This is a guy that spent many years under arrest in Pakistan, past decade. So now, right now, he appears to be the current leader of the Taliban. He returns to power 20 years later after lobbying for his release when the Trump administration launched the talks with the Taliban. At the helm of the group's political office in Doha, their de facto embassy, Baradar led the talks with the United States that culminated in a deal to end America's engagement in the 20-year war. The world still has little idea who the new leaders are, how they're going to rule the country. If the movement has a face today, it is this Mullah Baradar, the highest-ranking leader of the movement to appear in public since they took back control in Afghanistan. But yes, so they was not released under the Obama administration. Good morning to the Red Mule.
Steve, I think you're thinking about something else. There was one that Obama took out of Guantanamo Bay, one of the 5 that he traded for that, shall we call him a traitor, Bo Berdahl? I think that's probably the one you're thinking about.
Oh, okay, all right.
That definitely, well, my understanding is that definitely occurred under Obama. One of the 5 that was traded for the guy that walked away from his buddies. So, a couple other items, Steve. First, inquiring minds want to know, reckon how did the French Broad River get its name? Is that after an individual, or do we know where that name came from?
That's a good question. Some French broad, right?
Well, every time I drive across that, I wonder that. Where did that name come from? And then there's a place there around Washington, D.C. called, Cold Bottom Road. I wondered if that was named after some guy's wife. But anyhow, Steve, Horse Brothers would do the world a favor if when they're launching that ship, if they'd make sure they didn't get 2 mosquitoes on her this time, don't you think?
Mm-hmm.
Steve, recollect the actor that used to be on the Real McCoys, old Walter Brennan. You know who I'm talking about?
Oh, yes.
Read somewhere that his distinctive voice came from him being, I believe it was in World War I, and being exposed to mustard gas. The reason I bring that up is I wonder if Hillbilly Tex had a similar experience. I want to ask you about that sometime. So, Steve, you know, the old Red Mule don't never cease to be amazed at himself, the things that he accomplished. And I accomplished something that I guess turned out to be pretty major this past day. What I done, Steve, I bought an oil pressure gauge for my truck. Now, the reason that's impressive is I guess I called 7, 8, maybe 9 different dealerships, which, like with Rush Trucking and 2 or 3 of the others, had access to, they've got several dealerships to their computers. None of them had any. I finally found one in Memphis. PACCAR does not have any fuel pressure gauges. I guess they're on back order. Should probably show up in September. The reason I bring that up, you talked a while ago about if China takes over Taiwan, we're not going to get any more chips.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where these oil pressure gauges come from, but I kind of think that they might have come from China or somewhere like that. And so you got to wonder, how on earth did we get to this state? I mean, my truck's 11 years old, and we can't find an oil. I don't know how many more, Peterbilts are out here. And I'm not knocking Peterbilt, Steve, for once. I go into Home Depot there in hometown. Sometimes I can't find the PVC fittings I want, and the guys are frustrated because they can't get them. And, you just shake your head about how this country's deteriorated. And I can't blame all that on Joe Biden, but do you need to take a break, or you want me to go on something else?
Hey, you know what? We are up to the top of the hour, so I guess if you want to stay on some semblance of a schedule, I can take care of that right now. Back with more ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Arizona's governor has issued an executive order banning cities and counties in his state from enacting vaccine mandates for their employees. Governor Doug Ducey's order comes a day after the city of Tucson voted to implement a mask mandate and covers the gap before a state law that prohibits local governments from enacting vaccine mandates goes into effect at the end of September. Tucson's Mayor Regina Romero has pushed back against the governor's order, calling it legally meaningless. And the death toll in the 7.2 magnitude earthquake that struck Haiti over the weekend has reached nearly 2,000 as rescue efforts continue after Tropical Storm Grace stopped them with its arrival. Officials say that 1,941 people have died in the quake, with nearly 10,000 injured. UNICEF has estimated that about 1.2 million people have been affected by the natural disaster that struck some of the most isolated areas in the country. Officials say many homes have been destroyed, leaving people without shelter and limited or no access to fresh water, food, or health care. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better, or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The world's largest retailer is making an investment into the education of its employees. Tim Berg reports.
Walmart will pay for full college tuition and book costs at some schools for its U.S. workers. This is the latest effort by the largest private employer in the country to sweeten its benefits as it seeks to attract and retain talent in a tight job market. The program includes 10 academic partners ranging from the University of Arizona to Southern New Hampshire University. Participants must remain part-time or full-time employees at Walmart to be eligible. The company is saying Tuesday they will also drop a previous $1 a day fee paid by Walmart and Sam's Club workers who want to earn a degree and begin covering costs of their books. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Target also recently began offering to pay for tuition and books for its more than 340,000 U.S. employees. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
U.S. military officials say that the pace of evacuation flights out of Kabul's airport will be increasing as more troops arrive to help secure the airfield. About 4,000 are currently on the ground, with 7,000 having been ordered to the country to assist with evacuation efforts. That coming as President Biden continues to face criticism from both sides of the aisle over the way the pullout of U.S. and NATO forces from Afghanistan was implemented. Congressman Jake Auchincloss says there will be plenty of time to analyze and assign blame for what went wrong. But the Massachusetts Democrat and veteran of 2 tours in the country tells ABC News that the situation on the ground is what should be focused on right now.
Every military mission concludes with an after-action review where everyone takes off their rank and gets feedback on decisions made and courses of action that could have been improved on. That's just part of life in the military. I am certain that'll be done in the case of the withdrawal. My focus right now, though, is not on pointing fingers one way or the other. It's on the situation on the ground. The international airport in Kabul is secured. Commercial and military flights are resuming. They're going to get 5,000 to 9,000 refugees out daily, at least through August 31st. That includes allied Afghans, journalists, and prominent advocates for the rights of women and girls who may be subject to Taliban reprisal. The situation at the airport and with evacuations is rapidly coming into hand.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you so much. As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, roll it into a Wednesday. Hump Day. All right, thanks to the Red Mule. Let me correct my correction. He was right. All right, there's so many different faces, and quite honestly, yeah, I know as much about Taliban leadership as I know about the leaders in, say, Norway, which ain't much, nothing. The rest of the story, so let me go back. Remember the old catchphrase, we don't negotiate with terrorists. That's been the motto here, right, for many, many years. Yeah, going all the way back to the days of hijacking planes. If that's the case, you may remember how former President Obama threw conventional wisdom out the window when he freed those 5 prisoners from Guantanamo Bay in exchange for Bergdahl. That was in 2014. One of the Gitmo 5, as they called them, released by Obama, reportedly led the charge in the takeover of Afghanistan last weekend. Karula Kirakwa represented the Taliban in negotiations this year to discuss the American troop withdrawal. I started jihad to remove foreign forces from my country and establish an Islamic government. Jihad will continue until we reach that goal through a political agreement, he said at the time. The Post went so far as to call him the mastermind behind the Taliban's rise to power. Kirakwa and the other freed terrorists got jobs at the Taliban's office in Qatar in 2018, according to the Military Times. Kirakwa's release at the time was highly controversial. The Pentagon considered him a significant risk. Foreign policy decisions almost always have unforeseen long-term consequences, but connecting the dots in Afghanistan are pretty easy to connect. The Obama administration was thinking short-term when they decided to exchange Kirakwa for Bergdahl. And now Afghan civilians are going to suffer. Biden is in bipartisan hot water for his horrendous execution of the troop withdrawal, which instantly left a power vacuum for the Taliban to fill. The jury is still out as to whether we should have left Afghanistan in the first place, but it is clear the situation has been spiraling for years, We, the United States, will now have to take a more active role than it did just a few months ago, conducting evacuations at the airport, possibly taking in thousands of refugees. In addition, there are thousands of Americans still trying to escape the country. In other words, Obama and Biden are among the many leaders who contributed to the collapse of the Afghan government. But it's Biden's job now to step up and take responsibility. So that was the guy. Thank you, Red Mule.
So how long do you think it'll take Obama to admit that he was wrong to release that guy? Steve Hand brought up the question about treason a while ago. What are the mechanics to actually do that? Does that have to be instigated by the Attorney General, by one of the houses of Congress? I mean, you know, we like to throw terms around like that, but I'm just kind of curious as to what the actual terms or actual process would be for that to take place. Of course, it's not going to happen if it's by Congress, because it's, you know, as long as they're controlled by the Democrats. But and then the other question, of course, Steve, is if Kamala Harris doesn't return from Vietnam, how many hours do you think it'll take Nancy to instigate the 25th Amendment to get Biden out of there? I'd guess about an hour and a half at the most myself. But Steve, Eisenhower in his, I guess it was his farewell address about the military-industrial complex, and we've discussed that in the past. But it seems to me that military-industrial complex, you know, these guys that are making all these military weapons, they might be a big winner in Biden's sorry way of pulling out of there, because they're going to be wanting to build more weapons and everything to offset the ones that the Taliban has got. Does that make sense to you?
Well, yeah, got to replace it, I guess, right?
Well, replace it or have more to offset it on there. So I just kind of wonder, I'd be checking on Hunter Biden's bank accounts if he's been getting any. Who built all that stuff? Raytheon and General Motors still building a bunch of that stuff? I don't even know who it is, but I just kind of wonder if there's some money going into Hunter Biden's account. So, Steve, final subject this morning. Can we talk a minute about pornography?
No, what do we got?
Well, if you can help me out, back in, what was it, the 70s, you know, they're trying to decide what constituted pornography, and they had a phrase there. How did that go? No redeeming social value or something like that. You recollect what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that sounds correct. Yes.
Well, Steve, when I look at this electronic logging device in my truck, as far as I'm concerned, that damn thing has no social redeeming value. I think we ought to get the Supreme Court to declare that thing pornography and make it illegal. What do you think?
Yep. Trucker porn.
That's it. Yeah, there you go, Steve. You beat me on that one. Okay, that's all I got this morning.
All right, Red Mule, have a good. Thank you very much. Okay, let's see. Under our industry headlines, Truckers Final Mile has found a way to honor truck drivers while generating funds. Truckers Final Mile, of course, the charity that covers the cost for truck drivers to be returned to their family in the event of death or serious injury while they're out on the road. Could be thousands of miles from home. They've started the American Heritage Memorial. What we've done is incorporated 1,000 bricks in a full trailer and tractor wrap, asking for donations of $250 to honor a fallen truck driver with their name, the date of birth, date of loss, any military service branch or major campaign, CB handle, and hometown. Robert Palm, an Owida Life member and founder of Truckers Final Mile, spoke to Landline. He said a tax-deductible donation of $250 will provide a 5 by 9 inch brick with 3 lines of script. Honor the memory of your beloved professional truck driver, having their name prominently incorporated in our unique, fully wrapped tractor trailer. According to the website, Palm told Landline earlier this year, 2020 was a difficult year as a request for their services increased and donations at the same time decreased because we didn't have truck shows to attend to generate funds and donations. General donations to Truckers Final Mile, which started back in 2013, can be made online. One of the bricks on the truck will be honoring longtime OOIDA President Jim Johnston, who was founder of OOIDA, and we knew he had been a truck driver and served in the military, so we reached out to see if he could be one of the first that we put on the trailer. And they were gracious enough to allow us to do so. Of course, passed away in 2018. He helped create OOIDA in 1973, served as president for 43 years. He'd become the 3rd president of OOIDA in 1973. Pretty nifty, though, from the Truckers Final Mile. I believe the website, truckersfinalmile.org, if you want to pull that up. What's going on with Philip this morning? Happy Wednesday.
Hey, Steve, how you doing? And I want to say my condolences to Moose. I didn't get a chance to yesterday, but Moose, we're thinking about you, bud. We hope you get back out here with us and keep going, man. Talking about the why the chips and all that stuff are playing out, Steve, did you know the reason why they make those chips over in Taiwan and China?
Cheaper labor?
Well, think about it. Well, that's part of it. Think about back in the 70s and 80s when a lot of the big companies, they wanted to start moving their stuff over there. That's part of it. And then another part of it is a lot of this green stuff that we've had going on through the years because of our EPA standards. The processes of making those chips and a lot of them components pursues industrial waste that could be put back onto the land. So a lot of those companies have the EPA standards that are really high over here in America that where we can't make products like that over here because of waste and other things that are going on with the process of making it. They moved them over to China. You know, we're kind of like a product of our own demise, Steve. I mean, we set this system up to manufacturing years ago. And we're not self-reliant. That's one positive thing that I can say about President Trump. And I'm not a Republican or a Democrat, but I can say this positive about President Trump. He was trying to get us back on being self-reliant instead of being reliant on others to make our products for us.
Yep.
And that's one problem that we've got in America. And I want everybody to shut up about these chips and all this stuff because you know what? Sucks to be you. We're a product of our own demise, present and past administrations. Because a lot of these big companies, hey, it's easy. Oh, we'll buy something for China for 8 cents and we'll sell it for $8. You know, I mean, hate to say it, but you look at a lot of your major corporations like Walmart, Disney. You look at a lot of the major Amazon. They can buy their products overseas a lot cheaper and sell it for a lot more higher profit margin. And that's just the way business works. But then and you look at it in the long run, when you want to buy specialty products, you're talking about an oil pressure gauge. An oil pressure gauge, there might be one component in that gauge that the way it's made has to have a special chemical to do the process. And that chemical is banned by the EPA in America. And that's the reason why a lot of stuff isn't made in America. And we got a lot of our youngsters that don't want to be they want to be engineers on the computer side, but they don't want to be engineers in the mechanical side to figure out how things work as far as the hardware goes. And actually develop a process that doesn't create that kind of stuff. Instead, we want to be on the computer programming and doing all this other stuff that could be, you know, oh, well, I don't got to be outside working in the hot weather.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I see, Steve? We're a product of our own demise. I mean, our youth today have been trained this way, and that's the way it goes. I mean, it's just the way America is now, you know? So if you want that big Ford pickup, what I suggest you do is see Ford will sell you one of them brand new ones. Go to the junkyard and see if you can find one that's a year or two old that's been wrecked and get the component you need for it. Because I think that's eventually what's going to happen with some of these cars that are sitting around. You were talking about Kenworth and Chillicothe. They got all these trucks sitting there.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure that Kenworth is trying to scratch up trucks that are like a year old or 2 years old and trying to figure out, hey, can we get these components to put it in? But the problem is when you get into a warranty issue, you're going to have to put some kind of warranty deal in there to where if that component goes out, eventually you're going to have to replace it. So it's a double-edged sword. As far as the Afghan stuff, Steve, now the Taliban, that's great. We captured Afghanistan and all that kind of stuff. But hey, we got all this equipment, but do we have anybody that knows how to use it? So do we have somebody that knows how to fly a helicopter? Do we have somebody that knows how to control the specialized equipment that was left over there? What do you think the Taliban are going to do about that, Steve?
Right. Good question.
I've seen pictures, and this just goes to show how the media is, and I know a lot of people don't pay attention to it. I know there's a lot of people, if they see something, they're just like, oh, yeah, that's a helicopter, that's an airplane. But a lot of us guys out there that pay attention to different details, when we see stories about, like, the Taliban and different things. Okay, so the Taliban, they seized a helicopter, and they're standing around this helicopter, and they're standing there with their AK-47s, and they're circled around a helicopter that's a 1970s model Russian helicopter. And we seized all this equipment from America, and it's a Russian helicopter. So nobody's paying attention to that kind of stuff, right, Steve? Is anybody paying attention to it?
I don't know how many. I mean, yeah, they were flying the Russian choppers over Kandahar this past day. I don't know how many that they've been able to get their hands on. I don't know if I mentioned the Black Hawk helicopters. They're not given a number, but apparently it's more than one. But they're probably not going to be able to fly because they don't have the spare parts, they said.
Well, even having the spare parts is great. But you got to have an aircraft mechanic that knows what he's doing to get the thing going. And I really don't think those people have the competency of getting that stuff going.
Yeah.
I really don't. I think they have the mental brawn to go out and fight. Don't get me wrong, which America, we need to step up and have a lot more of that. But I don't think they have the competency to go out and know how to fly that machine and do it correctly and make it last. You know, can you imagine how much stuff was left in Vietnam when we left Vietnam, Steve? I'm pretty sure there was a lot of UH-1 helicopters left in Vietnam. But they're probably sitting over there now underneath a tree somewhere with a bunch of stuff growing over them.
Right.
You think about this. When Saddam Hussein and the deal with Iraq went bust, a lot of people didn't know it, but Saddam Hussein had MiG fighters. You know what those MiG fighters ended up being, Steve? They ended up being buried in the desert. And I'm talking new MiG fighters. I'm not talking the old MiG-15s. I'm talking the MiG-20 series fighters that I was talking about the other day with Afghanistan. That place is a dump for military equipment. So you think about it, military equipment from the Russians, military equipment from us, these guys are going to have to figure out how to put all this stuff together. I mean, sure, they could figure out our weaponry as far as our guns and stuff go, but do you really think they're going to shoot a SAM missile that they don't know how to hook up to the power source to get it going? That's going to be the big test with their government. And as far as we go, from now on, I mean, we even encountered this with World War II. we left a lot of stuff in Japan. We left a lot of stuff everywhere over the world with all our military stuff over the years with all our wars. I think we need to stay here and take care of here from now on. I mean, that's what we need. So that's all I got today, Bud. You keep it between the spot and the saw, and 10-10, we'll do it again.
All right. Thank you very much, Philip. You'll be looking forward to hearing that statement more often, won't we? Someone questioned the other evening, I think it was it Horse Feathers that asked about it. He said, hey, are they going to extend the unemployment benefits? You know, they're about to expire here. Yeah, I don't know that they'd have enough support for that. But it's being bandied around. Surprise, surprise. More than 7 million Americans are in jeopardy of losing their unemployment immediately after Labor Day. Gig workers and other unemployed Americans who qualified for pandemic relief programs will stop getting checks on September 7th, as well as the $300 weekly federal supplement to the jobless benefits. We ask whether there'd be a possible extension of those benefits. Press Secretary Jen Psaki told reporters several days ago, at this point, they're expiring at the beginning of September. Nothing's changed on that front, but a final decision has not yet been made. Congress would need to pass legislation to extend benefits. And with a evenly divided Senate, Joe Manchin of West Virginia would not be in favor of that. Manchin last week said, I'm done with extensions. The economy is stronger now. The job market is stronger. We've got 9 million jobs we can't fill. Added 943,000 jobs in July, with the unemployment rate dropping from 5.9 to 5.4. We ended the month with a record 10 million job openings. The labor force participation also increasing as workers get vaccinated and return to job searching. All right, our long-term unemployed, our Black, our Latino workers continue to need these benefits because, due to systemic racism, they face longer periods of unemployment. So says Jenna Gary, senior staff attorney at the National Employment Law Project. Due to systemic racism, how does that? Jerry and others experts estimate that 7.5 million stand to lose all of their unemployment after Labor Day, which includes 4.3 million gig workers and contractors who are recipients of pandemic unemployment assistance, and roughly 3.2 million Americans receiving pandemic emergency unemployment compensation. 52 weeks of additional for those who've exceeded the state allowances. With that, we're up to news break, bottom of the hour. It's upon us once again. We'll get back to your calls coming up here. Several lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Pentagon officials say that thousands of Afghan refugees will be headed for military bases in Texas and Wisconsin as they seek shelter in the U.S. from the Taliban. The Defense Department tapped Fort Bliss in Texas and Fort McCoy in Wisconsin as the arrival point for those refugees as thousands try to flee from Kabul. Those being taken in at those bases will arrive on special immigration visas, meaning they will have health screenings and full background checks before being resettled. Utah Governor Spencer Cox sent a letter to President Biden on Tuesday expressing his desire to help resettle those who are fleeing Afghanistan. And Texas Governor Greg Abbott has tested positive for COVID-19. In a statement, the governor's office said that he is fully vaccinated and is tested daily, with this being his first positive result. Abbott is currently quarantining in the governor's mansion and is not experiencing any symptoms. The statement added that he is receiving the Regeneron's monoclonal antibody treatment. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, the founder of Youngevity and veterinarian physician, and I'm the guy that figured out the cause, prevention, and cure of cystic fibrosis. I'm the guy that found the cause, prevention, and cure of muscular dystrophy, and then I figured out the cause and prevention of sudden death syndrome. You don't hear about those three diseases anymore because in federal lawsuits, we were able to force the manufacturers of baby formulas to put these nutrients in the baby formulas. And those three diseases, cystic fibrosis and muscular dystrophy, were not genetic diseases. They were just simple nutritional deficiencies. Sudden death syndrome, crib death, was not due to mother laying on the babies. Only 2% of the babies were in bed with their mothers when they died. 98% were in cribs. We had that nutrient put into the baby formulas, and we ended crib death. 28 years ago, one child died of crib death per 100 normal births. Today, it's 1 per 3,000 normal births. And if everybody would give all the 90 essential nutrients to these kids, none of them would die. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, we jump back into it here. I have a number of governors out west that are asking the president to declare a FEMA disaster in the western states. Extreme drought conditions. Governor's letter requests Biden to declare a FEMA drought disaster in our states, allowing us to access additional federal resources. They mentioned that their states are facing extreme and catastrophic wildfires. We need additional assistance from the federal government to protect farmers, ranchers, fisheries, and families. According to the U.S. Drought Monitor, the Dixie Fire there in Northern California has scorched hundreds of thousands of acres. And of course, you've got wildfires burning in a number of states out west. You have fires in the western half of the U.S., including Colorado and Wyoming, are burning on average 30 square miles of total area every day. And that's been the case since June, they say. An area approaching half the size of Washington, D.C. So far, states including California, Nevada, Utah, Oregon, Washington are experiencing exceptional drought levels. That's the highest level it goes. So I'm looking here. This is signed off by the following governors: California, Utah, Oregon, Colorado, Idaho, Montana, Nevada, New Mexico, North Dakota, and Washington State. Governors of all those states signing off on that letter. And who was it earlier that sent me the photographs there from, I guess, passing through the incredible drought conditions? And boy, that is very disheartening to see the water levels just so low. All right, back to the phones we go, and Big Sexy hanging in there. Morning, Big Sexy. What's going on?
Not much, Steve. I got several things I want to touch on tonight. You were talking about that a while ago, though, the drought. Yeah, we got flooding on one side of the country and drought on the other side.
Yep.
Be nice if you'd be able to funnel that water over to the other side, wouldn't it? Has anybody heard anything from Big Moose? He doing okay, or I know he can't be doing okay, but is he doing the best he can be doing? Or
yeah, it's, I mean,
keeping him in my prayers.
Yeah. For those that were in attendance at the service there on Monday, you know, like Eskimo Mom said, he's doing his best as you could expect. So
I'm keeping him in my prayers. On the still over in Afghanistan, have you seen that plane taking off? All them people running in front of it.
Yeah.
Plane singing on it and all that.
Yep.
They showed a video today on the news. There wasn't as many running in front of it, but some of them had climbed up on it and somehow strapped themselves to it. And they said they showed a picture from out the window, I guess, of the plane. The guy hanging on the side of it, and they said when he got to where it was going, of course, he was dead.
Yeah.
Some people are trying their hardest to get out of there. And I've also seen on the news tonight, you know, they've got Twitter has the President Trump still has him banned, but the Taliban has a Twitter account.
So so Taliban has a Twitter, but Trump don't, huh?
Right. It showed the official Twitter account of the Taliban, and they also showed a picture of Donald Trump that says banned.
Yep.
You know, so he's still banned, and Twitter has let the Taliban have an account. It just goes to show you how screwed up big social media is and all that. I can't think of what else I'm going to touch on. That was some of it. If I think of anything else, I may call back later. Well, like he said a while ago, keep it between the spotted and the solid. And everybody have. Oh, one other thing I want to touch on.
Yeah.
All schools back in session in most of the country. Everybody try to keep that in mind. We've had a bunch of close misses down here with vehicles not stopping for school buses and all that. Remember, those buses are going to be out there in the morning and the evenings to be watching for them. And I'll back on out.
All right.
The mail.
There you go. The kids are going to be crossing the street to get to those buses as well. Numerous kids get hit by vehicles trying to cross to get to their bus every year. We had a couple of fatalities here in the Cincinnati area in recent years. Kids, especially when you get to the time of year where they're walking to the bus stop and it's still pitch black dark. You can't see them out there. Be aware. Matter of fact, I think my grandkids' first day of school is Friday. Boy, they've got today and Thursday, and summer is over. Back to school. Got some characters. Is this Dimebag Danny?
Hey, good morning, Mr. Summer. I'm just happier than Christmas to be here with you. Thank you for inviting me on your show this morning. How are you this morning?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing all right. A couple things I got to pass on to you this morning. First of all, I might as well get the bad news out of the way. Unfortunately, we have come across an independent study that now shows proof that Miller Lite beer, that beer you love and covet so much, is nothing more than bathwater. That's right, bathwater. That would explain why you have such terrible dysentery in the morning. We just wanted to pass that on to you. We would suggest you try something else, maybe in the product by Anheuser-Busch, perhaps. That might be a better fit for you.
Oh, boy.
Second of all, Lugnut Louie has asked me to please ask you to stop eating Cheetos in the studio. You're leaving orange fingerprints all over the studio buttons, and they're hard to clean off. Thirdly, has Corn Peppers called in yet today?
Corn Peppers?
It's Wednesday. He always calls in on Wednesday. Every day he calls in.
That would be.
Calls in on Wednesday.
It's horse feathers. Horse feathers. What the hell's corn pepper?
Oh, Mr. Plummer, I'm terribly sorry. I'm just looking at the show notes here, and it prints out Corn Pepper. But anyway, has he called in yet?
Yes, we spoke to Horse Feathers last hour, yes.
Okay, well, I must have been in the bathroom and missed that phone call, but we have had several callers that it's complaining about when you are taking a phone call, we want you to put more emphasis on certain calls. So me being your self-appointed show producer, Mr. Plummer, we ask you that when Corn Peppers calls in from now on, when he says it's hump day, we want you to look. We would suggest that you close your eyes for a moment. Close your eyes and envision that it's Friday, and you're just so excited to be finished for the day. And so when you close your eyes and he calls in and said it's hump day, you throw your arms out on camera, and with a big exclamation point, say it's hump day, Corn Peppers. We think that would it just gives the audience more of a, you know what I mean? Where we want you to feel it, Mr. Scummer. It would be so providential. The last thing I wanted to cover with you this morning is, well, look here. We got a letter from a little boy out here in Dam Line, Iowa. That sound right? Dam Line, Iowa. Little Ricky has written a letter here, and he wants me to read it on air. Would that be all right?
What's little Ricky got to say?
While you're getting all these letters, you read some on the air. Like the emails you get. Well, you know, most of those emails are emails that you write to yourself, and then you print them off, and then you read them on air. The goose has been caught. The fish has been fried. We know what you're up to. But anyway, I digress. Mr. Little Ricky here, he's 5 years old. He's from Dam 9, Iowa. Mr. Plummer, he says, "Dear Mr. Scummer, I am 5 years old, and I am from Dam 9, Iowa, and I love your show. Please put more truckers on who," I can't read this word here. It looks like please put more truckers on who drive trucks. Okay, that's what it is.
Oh, I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to say put more on that have a brain. Should I throw my hands up in the air and say I'm happy to be done with that call? Oh boy, dime bag, Danny. There you go. Who we got on the line? Would that be Pete? Primitive Pete?
Primitive Pete. Hello, Mr. Stummers.
What's going on?
Hey, I wanted to talk about this Afghanistan thing. We didn't leave that equipment over there. We sold that equipment to the Afghan military. They're the ones that left it there. If we would have left it there, we would have done like everybody said, destroyed it or taken it out of there. But it wasn't ours to take. So being a 20-year vet, I just wanted to put my opinion in there for that. Because everybody keeps saying something about doing trees, trying to get trees and going, and it's not going to happen because we sold that equipment to them, to the Afghans.
How in the hell did they get?
We didn't leave it there.
Yeah, Primitive Pete, where in the hell did the Afghans get any money to buy that equipment? Well, we've been supplying them with everything. No, we didn't sell it to them. We gave it to them.
I'm pretty sure there was some money involved in that because, you know, the military doesn't do a lot like that, giving stuff away.
Well, that's what you call if you pay attention to the headline, we spent $80-something billion. American taxpayers spent $80-something billion arming the Afghan police force or security force. So yeah, it was sold. Yeah, we paid for it. Yeah, Afghan didn't pay for it. U.S. taxpayers paid for it. I digress. Yeah, Afghan bought it, right? Okay. It is 844-844-3388. Maybe that's why the Afghan president had that helicopter and 4 carloads full of cash when he fled the country on Sunday. That was his payment money for all that stuff that he was buying. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual-air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Matter of fact, they gave us an actual confirmation from the White House yesterday. Yes, the Taliban has indeed amassed a significant amount of U.S. military equipment. After seizing control, pictures and videos showing the Taliban firearms, vehicles that Pentagon troops used or provided to the Afghan National Security Forces, as well as advanced UH-60 Black Hawk helicopters and other equipment at the Kandahar airport. We do not have a complete picture, obviously, of where every article of defense material has gone, but certainly a fair amount of it has fallen into the hands of the Taliban, says White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. Obviously, we do not have a sense that they're going to readily hand it over to us. Sullivan said losing control of millions of dollars worth of military supplies to an enemy is an example of the difficult choices a president faces in the context of the end of the 20-year war. He noted that the Black Hawks had been supplied to Afghan government forces to help battle the Taliban insurgency. But the government forces, of course, succumbed to the Islamist insurgents so quickly, gave up control of large stores of weaponry as well as their helicopters. You catch that? We supplied them. Okay. Let me see here. What else? Eagle had a few final comments. What else you got for us, Eagle?
Yeah, I wanted to finish up on the Taliban. I wanted to talk about this organization called the Taliban because I was talking about Biden and the situation on how he handled it. Okay, let me say this about the Taliban, Steve. You know, when Donald Trump was in the White House, he tried to work out a deal with the Taliban, which is nothing but a bunch of snakes. The lowest. When I call somebody a snake, Steve, I mean that as a real serious insult. You can't get no lower than a snake. It says that in the Bible. That's a curse from God. That's the reason why the snake is God put the snake on his belly as a curse. And that's what I compare the Taliban to, is nothing but a group of snakes. You know, they tried to back out of their agreement with Donald Trump, and Donald Trump wouldn't play games with these people. That's why Donald Trump did. That's why the deal never went down. That's why the United States didn't leave Afghanistan when Trump was in the White House, because he knew these people couldn't be trusted, and because these people are no good, Steve. You know, right now, there's no telling how much amount of money that Biden has given these people to hold back, to stand down while they load these airplanes full of Afghani people and trying to get them out of the country before the Taliban takes control. There's no telling. You see how much money Barack Obama gave those people when he was in the White House. So there's no telling how much money Joe Biden has given these individuals, because he's a loser, just like the Taliban are losers. But you know something, Steve? You know, the Taliban has said that they are a new organization, that they're this is the 2020 version of 21 of the version of the Taliban, that they're different from 2001. No, they're not different. These people are putting on a front. These people are going to go back to Sharia law as soon as the last American soldier is loaded on an airplane headed out of Afghanistan. Anybody anybody that is still in Afghanistan when the American military man leaves the country is in real big trouble, Steve. That's the reason why you saw those people chasing after that airplane a couple of days ago, because they know even you talk to the Afghani people that said I've seen video. The Taliban can't be trusted, Steve. They're not gonna give women the right to go to school, women the right to live as a free woman. All that's gonna change, like I said, as soon as the last American boards the plane on his way out of Afghanistan. And that's the reason why you can't negotiate, you can't work a deal out with these people. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if everything would have went smoothly with Joe Biden or not, Steve. The Taliban was eventually going to get back in control of the country and turn it right back into the way it was before the United States stepped foot in that country. But see, here's where Joe Biden went wrong at, Steve. You know, when I was talking to you in my first phone call, see, he had all them guys all lined up, Steve. They was in the presidential palace, the new leader of the Taliban. Do you realize that Joe Biden could have dropped a drone or a missile on that place and exterminated those people very quickly? And you exterminate the head of the snake usually dies. They could have exterminated that problem right there. Why Joe Biden didn't drop a bomb on that place when they had him pinpointed, it makes no sense whatsoever, Steve. Like I say, I've talked to several truck drivers. I've talked to several other people. It seems to me like we have a compromised president, Steve. Something is very strange about this, why Joe Biden would go on vacation as all of this was taking place over the weekend, and then he hasn't taken any military action whatsoever against these individuals. Like I said before, the border is wide open. I talked to you about this last week, Steve. It's not a matter of if. You've already said in your previous, I've listened to you all night, that several terrorists have already been seen on the southern border trying to enter the United States of America. It's just a matter of time. It's not if we're going to have a terrorist attack in America, Steve. It's just a matter of when and where it's going to take place. And like I told you a couple of nights ago, you can't blame nobody but Joe Biden, because he left the border wide open for those snakes to walk right into the United States. And I thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, well, they are snakes. I'll grant you that. Yeah, Scooter said, what some do not realize is this. The Taliban has control and possession of all the biometric data, fingerprints, facial recognition, retinal scans, for all the Afghan troops that U.S. forces trained, as well as all the interpreters, anyone else who were friendly with the U.S. This is the information they're using while they're going door to door. You know, it's not beyond comprehension that the Taliban could locate the Afghan pilots and any other people that the U.S. trained to operate the equipment, drones, the advanced missile rocket systems, and threaten their family in order for those trained people to do what the Taliban wants them to do. Yeah, I guess you'd call that, what would that be, forced recruitment? Kind of a roundabout way. You know, the whole scenario, if you want your family to live another day, you'll do this. And if you don't do it successfully and properly, yeah, they all die immediately. That's the name of the game with those people. That's the way they work, absolutely. Thank you for being with us, Scooter. Final hour coming up here. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Pentagon officials say that thousands of Afghan refugees will be headed for military bases in Texas and Wisconsin as they seek shelter in the U.S. from the Taliban. The Defense Department tapped Fort Bliss in Texas and Fort McCoy in Wisconsin as the arrival point for those refugees as thousands try to flee from Kabul. Those being taken in at those bases will arrive on special immigration visas, meaning they will have health screenings and full background checks before being resettled. Utah Governor Spencer Cox sent a letter to President Biden on Tuesday expressing his desire to help resettle those who are fleeing Afghanistan. And Texas Governor Greg Abbott has tested positive for COVID-19. In a statement, the governor's office said that he is fully vaccinated and is tested daily, with this being his first positive result. Abbott is currently quarantining in the governor's mansion and is not experiencing any symptoms. The statement added that he is receiving the Regeneron's monoclonal antibody treatment. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day, man. This is John Jubilee with EnergizedHealth.com. That's right. Write that down after you get off of this ad. EnergizedHealth.com. Because this is your moment to change your life. Intelligent men are skeptical. I want you to be skeptical, but I want you to go check this out today. We have a breakthrough science that is so powerful that hundreds of doctors have changed their life. They recommend it to their patients, physicians to U.S. presidents, leading scientists across the world because it works. Intercellular hydration pushes all the toxins out of your body. It pushes all inflammation out of your body, can cause your brain to have double the function, man, double. Your testosterone level could rise 500 points naturally. You can wake up every morning like a teenage boy again and lose 30 to 40 pounds of solid fat every month. Be skeptical, but go check this out today at EnergizedHealth.com. That's EnergizedHealth.com.
Another 1,000 people were evacuated from Afghanistan on Tuesday after flights resumed out of the Kabul airport. State Department spokesman Ned Price says that more than 3,000 people have been airlifted out so far. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell says the way that U.S. forces were pulled out is an embarrassment. The Kentucky Republican tells Fox News that thousands have been left in danger because of the administration's policy.
It's an embarrassment. It's a stain on our national reputation. There are up to 15,000 Americans stranded out in the country who will presumably have to beg the Taliban to let them get to the airport, not to mention the interpreters who worked with us and other Afghans who were in danger because they cooperated with us. All of this is the aftermath of the decision first to withdraw and then to withdraw in a precipitous and incompetent way.
This is USA Radio News.
Bingo lovers, you have to try Bingo Treasure, the bingo game you play anywhere. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com from your smartphone, your tablet, or your computer and play Bingo Treasure for free. Play one card, play more. Work your way through the maze of bingo fun. Bingo Treasure is bingo at the next level. Go right now to BingoRadioUSA.com for your free account and free play. Join the bingo revolution. It's free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com.
The U.S. is expected to soon approve booster shots of COVID vaccine for all people who have received their first two shots. Officials are expected to recommend a third dose 8 months after the second shot to provide longer-lasting effects. New data has shown preliminary evidence that the protective effects of the vaccines begins to drop within months. Dr. Vin Gupta says that could cause some confusion, leaving the vaccinated to question whether they're really protected. The University of Washington faculty member tells CNBC that it could also lead to even more skepticism from the unvaccinated.
The guidance on boosters, we've long known that if you're immunocompromised, you just said it, if cancer, recent chemotherapy, solid organ transplant patients, they will likely need a booster. They're going to be first in line. If you're over 65, they'll be second in line. That makes sense because that paradigm applies to other vaccines, other boosters that we take. However, for those that are otherwise healthy, less than 65 years of age, these vaccines, 2 doses of Pfizer or 2 doses of Moderna, remain powerfully effective at keeping people out of the hospital. So to issue this broad guidance here that everybody's going to need a booster at 8 months, we're going to phase it in like we phased in the initial doses, does not align with the data as we know it to be right now. And this will cause potentially confusion. It's going to cause people who've been fully vaccinated to say, wait a minute, I thought I was protected. And crucially, Carl, for those that are unvaccinated, it's going to cause them to say, well, are the vaccines working or not? That's what I hear constantly from those who have questions about the vaccine and are waiting and seeing. Why aren't 2 enough?
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Back for our final hour here on Wednesday morning, Hump Day, 18th day of August coming on. Yeah, back to school time for the kids. And what's left of Fred continuing to drop copious amounts of rain and flood concerns through portions of southeast Ohio, West Virginia. I'm looking at some of the latest flood warnings. Yeah, numerous counties, Gila County, Lawrence County, in southeast Ohio. We get over into some of the adjoining counties in central West Virginia, Cobble, Lincoln, Mason, Western Putnam, Wayne counties. Yeah, we've seen 1.5 to 3 inches of rain in a very short amount of time. And flash flooding is ongoing or expected. Thunderstorms. Not seeing nearly as many severe thunderstorm warnings. Last severe thunderstorm was posted about an hour ago. That was in North Carolina, but looks like they still have the tornado watches. They indeed extended the time frame on those to continue this morning. I'm pulling up the latest here. Let me see. And then the flood watches all the way up through Pennsylvania, much of New York. Rain, rain, rain. Yes, horse feathers, Maryland. You're going to see plenty of rain coming your way today. Let me see. Red Mule brought up, what do you call it? Trucker porn, the electronic logging device, right? And FreightWaves apparently had the stories after he mentioned that. Have you heard about the looming 3G sunset? The upcoming transition, which will largely take place in early next year, 2022, which has the potential to dramatically disrupt electronic logging device communications for hundreds of thousands of devices. You can avoid being left without a functional device by talking with your ELD provider now, because it's just around the corner. This situation comes about because the 5G or fifth generation communications technology that's being used by an increasing number of mobile devices needs more spectrum upon which to operate. According to the FCC, 5G promises consumers faster data rates, lower latency or delays in transmitting data. It also promises more capacity for a more efficient network. However, for 5G to have the capacity it needs, certain bands of the current wireless spectrum, including those used by 3G technology, are going to be reallocated. Wireless providers like Verizon and AT&T are actively moving forward with phasing out 3G to make space for 5G. When this transition fully takes place, ELDs that are only compatible with 3G will no longer be able to transmit data to the back office or roadside law enforcement. This will effectively render the ELDs obsolete. It will ultimately land them a spot on the FMCSA's revoked ELDs list. While it may seem like your fleet has plenty of time to make the transition to a new 4 or 5G compatible device, unfortunately, that is not the case. Due to another pressing issue, there it is, the global microchip shortage, which you may have heard about, you think? It's also impacting the manufacture of products like ELDs. This could result in ELD providers running short on the devices carriers need to make that switch from the 3G to the new 5G compliant devices. The Truckload Carriers Association has been in communication with the FMCSA on this issue. We continue to monitor the situation as the transition progresses. This time is of the essence. So if you haven't already, they strongly encourage you begin the conversion with your ELD provider about how your service will be affected and whether you need to upgrade your devices. Now, they do say the 3G sunset will be beneficial for everyone in the long run, but it is critical to start the conversion now before it's too late. You may not be able to get your hand. I don't know if probably pretty lengthy back orders, just like we've got thousands of cars and trucks and you name it, all waiting on these chips. The ELD providers and manufacturers also probably have pretty decent backlogs on those. Well, good morning, Gilligan.
Yeah, good morning. I can't believe it. You actually was able to read what they wrote. Oh, man. Well, as far as that 3G technology, I've got a good friend that drove 45 years. He's retired now. And he's complaining his little flip phone is pretty much obsolete on him. I guess when they shut that down, that'll be the end of it. And he's a little frugal, so he's definitely complaining about having to buy another phone. So I think I would be surprised if he give up his phone altogether. That's, but anyway. Are you sure that Dimebag Danny or whatever his name is, that Screwball and Primitive Pete ain't the same person? They sounded about the same.
Oh, yeah?
What do you think? Well, the only thing that from what I understand, Afghanistan has been exporting before we got in there was poppy seeds, wasn't it? They make an opium out of, wasn't it? That was about, you remember early in the war when they were burning the opium fields?
And we weren't allowed to destroy those fields because those fields were the livelihood of the farmers there. And in the name of positive relations with our forces, we did not destroy those fields.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, it's in Afghanistan, if I'm not mistaken, before the war was considered, wasn't it rated the poorest country on earth, if I'm not mistaken? They didn't have any money to buy any equipment. They didn't. I don't understand where people think that they was actually purchasing the equipment from us. The taxpayers were paying for that equipment. But that's pretty much what you said. So anyway, now, what I understand, now I'm not a well-educated man, but I do know certain things. Now, I know the Sunnis and Shiites have been at war with each other for thousands of years. This is the true form of Islam. And this one says they follow the fourth show, the true form of Islam. Do you know which form that the Taliban live under? Do you know that?
That I do not know.
That was one of the things with Iran and Iraq. They had been at war really for thousands of years. Just that region because of the different tribes. A lot of people don't realize it. I'm sure a lot of your listeners do that these wars have been going on for thousands of years. Now, I agree. I understand where Chevy guys coming from. That us pulling out, how we gave these people a breath of freedom for 20 years, and I salute his son. I salute every veteran, especially those that served in these wars. We've got to remember something. It's only a matter of time. We're going to have to pull. We're just going to have to pull out. Like everybody else I've heard from tonight this whole week, yes, it's the way we pulled out where the problem is. But I'm about as frustrated with this as I think everybody listens to this show. So, well, that's about all I got for tonight, Steve. Yep. Glad you got to talk, Timmy.
Thanks for checking in. Thanks for checking in, Mary Ann. You get it. And rather than Gilligan tonight, he said, let's try Mary. Well, it worked. I knew who that was. Hey, look at it, 15 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Well, Biden gets hit with another failure. Remember about a week ago when he was kind of begging OPEC to, can you guys produce more oil? Yeah, prices are going through the roof over here. Well, we may be stuck paying higher prices for the foreseeable future thanks to Biden's destructive energy policies and OPEC's dismissal of his request to increase oil production to counteract soaring prices here. Sources tell Reuters that there's no need for OPEC to boost oil output over the next few months, simply because American consumers are hurting. Yeah, we know OPEC comprises 15 member countries, including 2 nations that are hostile to the United States, Iran and Venezuela. So it's no surprise that our foes are not eager to accommodate a request from the American president. One of the sources, speaking on condition of anonymity, tells Reuters there was no need to release extra oil, while others said there was no concern that the planned schedule of increases would leave any sort of demand unmet. Now, this demeaning OPEC move shortly after the Taliban took over much of Afghanistan, amid Biden's humiliating, chaotic withdrawal. Yeah, if America's standing in the world were not in tatters due to Biden's feckless leadership, it's possible OPEC might have acceded to his demands, but that's just not how things stand right now. Just last week, the Biden administration begged OPEC to increase output. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan claimed that higher gas costs risks harming the ongoing global recovery. All right, so what you've got is a president that in day number 1 in office was reducing our own production here in the United States. Yeah, well, we did share a few days ago, even Texas Governor Abbott says, why don't you let us produce the oil? We have the resources right here in the great state of Texas. Why are we going to OPEC asking for more oil? Right now we're paying about $1 a gallon more than we were at this time last year when Donald Trump was still president, just so you know. But I digress. Let's get back to the calls here. Yes, Jolly Green Giant.
I'm sorry, I had to call back. I feel like that you have been deceived. You had a imposter caller calling Diamondbag. Who? Diamondbag Danny?
Dimebag Danny.
Well, yeah. Well, I feel it is my responsibility to expose this imposter. We know, and in fact, Gilligan was implying. Well, I'm gonna say it. Florence, you need to get. You need to. How can I say it? You need to do a better job because we know who you are. And we know your voice. You cannot fool the Steve Sommer cartoon characters because we know who you are. So I guarantee you got a target on your back down there in Georgia. Come on. But either way, I just thought I had to call back and I had to expose an imposter. And I want to make sure that everybody knows that Dimebag Danny is not Dimebag Danny at all, but actually Fly Rod.
Dimebag Danny, the imposter, Dimebag imposter. Let me see here. I know our buddy Sylvester has been under lockdown there in Australia. He's been posting in the comments. I think they've been on lockdown for the last couple of weeks. Look at New Zealand. This is how crazy it gets in some parts of the world. Yeah, we want to complain about face mandates and mask mandates and vaccine mandates. New Zealand's government took drastic action yesterday, putting the entire nation into a strict lockdown for at least 3 days after they found a single case of coronavirus. One case. Prime Minister invoked some of the stirring rhetoric she used early in the pandemic by urging the team of 5 million, New Zealand's population, to go hard and early to eliminate this latest outbreak. Is one case an outbreak now? One case. She said Auckland, where the infected man lives, and Coromandel, where he had visited, will go into full lockdown for 7 days, the rest of the country for 3 days, while health experts try to find the source of his infection. New Zealand had managed to stamp out the virus. Their last outbreak was in February. But they've been warning the contagiousness of the Delta variant will probably require more drastic action than previous outbreaks. Health officials said the genome testing would not verify until today, Wednesday, whether this 58-year-old man actually has the Delta variant. They're working under the assumption that he does. They could not find a connection between the man and the handful of people who have tested positive while isolating in quarantine after arriving from abroad into the country. The border is seen as the most likely source of any outbreaks there. I mean, this underscores the vastly different approach that New Zealand has taken versus most other nations, trying to suppress the spread rather than trying to eliminate it entirely. New Zealand has reported just 26 virus deaths since the whole pandemic started. I don't know if they had anybody coming in and out of there. That's the question. And while I was sharing that, Sylvester chimed in. Yeah, hey, folks, I had a customer who is originally from Afghanistan. He's very upset about Biden and told me that he wanted me to know that because of Biden, his family will probably all die. His mother and his sisters are all terrified. And yes, we are still in lockdown here. It's even stricter now. Good times in Afghanistan. All right, 24 past the hour. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, we jump right back to the calls here. Here's next up. Let me see. Not seeing a name. Who we got on the line this time around?
Morning, Mr. Summers. Hey, that dimebag Denny, isn't he the one that was trying to offer you a place to go visit or something?
Yeah, he's going to send us some luxurious destinations or something along that line. Yeah.
Well, don't fall for it. That guy's a scoundrel. I ran into him a while back and went to this black and blue travel agency presentation about this condo share, and had this big presentation of a nice resort with a big old nice lake and paddle boats and them floating flamingos and all that.
Yeah, right.
So we went there. And it ended up being a pay-by-the-day hotel. It looked like the bed had been used since the 1960s, and the lake was a retention pond out back, and there was a floating sex doll in there, I guess taking a sun nap or something. But that guy's a scoundrel. Don't you fall for it. Thank you for taking my call.
I kind of figured as much. Yeah, dimebag Denny. That's about 28 past the hour. And, oh, boy, guess I won't be going to New York anytime soon. Never been there anyway. I don't really have a desire to go. People dining indoors in New York City restaurants, browsing the art or the museums or going to the gym, had to show proof yesterday that they were at least partially inoculated. Vaccine passport, please. New York begins the nation's largest effort yet to exclude the unvaccinated from public places. You are taboo, people. Signs on the front door and windows of the Stop Inn, the Queen's Diner, warning patrons arriving for breakfast they had to show proof of at least one vaccine shot to be allowed to dine inside. One 17-year-old, she was surprised when a server politely asked for his vaccination card after he slid into a booth with his parents and his younger sister. We didn't know we had to bring it, he said. The server appeared relieved when Lama and his family presented copies of their vaccination cards on their phone. Announced 2 weeks ago by Mayor de Blasio, trying to persuade more people to take the shot or you're going to miss out on restaurants, bars, gyms, public performances, museums, other things. We're going to make your life miserable, in other words. Now, these measures are also fraught with complications as restaurant servers, bartenders, and ticket agents become the enforcers for vaccine rules. Concerns about losing their business, but mindful that another economic shutdown would be disastrous, some restaurant and bar owners and embracing the mandates as a way to control the virus to keep their doors open. We don't want to go back to restrictions, de Blasio said in a news conference yesterday. The key to progress is vaccination. So there it is, I guess, officially implemented there in New York City. No shot, no dine-in. Get a news break in here. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The death toll in the 7.2 magnitude earthquake that struck Haiti over the weekend has reached nearly 2,000 as rescue efforts continue after Tropical Storm Grace stopped them with its arrival. Officials say that 1,941 people have died in the quake, with nearly 10,000 injured. UNICEF has estimated that about 1.2 million people have been affected by the disaster, which struck some of the more isolated areas of the country. Officials say many homes have been destroyed, leaving people without shelter and limited or no access to fresh water, food, or health care. And the Transportation Security Administration says the federal transportation mask mandate will be extended through January 18th. The mandate was set to expire on September 13th, but the extension comes as new COVID cases have been on the rise across the country because of the more transmissible Delta variant. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, the founder of Youngevity and veterinarian physician, and I'm the guy that figured out the cause, prevention, and cure of cystic fibrosis. I'm the guy that found the cause, prevention, and cure of muscular dystrophy, and then I figured out the cause and prevention of Sennenby-Death syndrome. You don't hear about those three diseases anymore because in federal lawsuits, we were able to force the manufacturers of baby formulas to put these nutrients in the baby formulas. And those three diseases, cystic fibrosis and muscular dystrophy, were not genetic diseases. They were just simple nutritional deficiencies. In Sennenby-Death syndrome, crib death was not due to mother laying on the babies. Only 2% of the babies were in bed with their mothers when they died. 98% were in cribs. We had that nutrient put into the baby formulas, and we ended crib death. 28 years ago, one child died of crib death per 100 normal births. Today, it's 1 per 3,000 normal births. And if everybody would give all the 90 essential nutrients to these kids, none of them would die. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back to the phones we go here. Rolling into a Wednesday, hump day coming on. What's going on in your world? Hope your week's going well. Would this be Stonecliff?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We got you. Go ahead.
Okay. What about the feeding these immigrants that are coming up, 6,000 a day? How many cooks and where does the food come from? There must be some truckers going into the border with all that food. I can imagine feeding 6,000 people every day, and every day it builds up. I think the month of July there was over 200,000 immigrants.
Yep.
There had to be somebody. Everybody's got to eat at least once a day. It seems so. You never hear about that.
I'm sure there's all kind of supplies going in. I mean, we're spending millions and millions of dollars. The numbers are rapidly adding up. Yeah, but the cost of accommodating, and what is the Catholic Charities, which once they come in, they're processed. Yeah, they try to get them out within 24 to 48 hours. Normally, they go to Catholic Charities. Catholic Charities gets paid by the government to house them. And I've heard they're actually supplying them with bus tickets to get them to, the bus tickets aren't free, last I checked. Yeah, somebody's feeding them all. Hey, good morning, Larry. It's been a while.
Well, it's been a while because I guess the good news is the times I've been calling, I've gotten a busy signal. So that must mean the lines are full, I'm assuming.
That would be correct. Yes.
It's a good problem to have. Steve, did you get the clip I sent you from CBS on 60 Minutes regarding the autonomous driver?
Yeah, we talked about that a little bit Monday morning. Horse Feathers actually saw that. He sent me the link too. And so what'd you think of it? I mean, it's been talked about for years. Well, but they're making it sound like it's going to be fully implemented this year, according to Too Simple.
Yep, and that's kind of they seem to be very positive in the segment that they did. The one question that didn't seem to get answered was the female driver asked the question, in an accident situation where a police officer is redirecting traffic, would the computer be able to recognize the police officer, one, and follow the directions, the hand signals of the police officer? I know there's a bunch of questions that your listening audience would come up with. One that I talked about, they talked about the truck being able to go coast to coast. I want to say it was 35 hours because it doesn't have to take a break or doesn't have to, shower up or anything else. But can a truck be fueled with enough fuel to go coast to coast without stopping for refueling? I don't know the answer to that. And like I say, I'm sure there's a bunch of other questions that I just don't know to ask. Mm-hmm. Have you heard any other questions?
I mean, undoubtedly, they're going to have, there ain't a truck that can go from coast to coast that I've ever heard of without refueling. So that'll have to be done. And how's that going to be accomplished, right?
Exactly. I mean, pulling into the fuel station, even if it's pre-programmed where to stop, some human's going to have to stick the hose in the tank, and I don't think that exists much anymore. I also wanted to ask Steve about the two other things about licensing. Has there been any movement on the national effort to allow 18-year-olds to drive interstate?
As far as that one goes, the answer is the infrastructure bill, the $1.2 trillion bill that they're working with right now, does have the implementation of a pilot program where they're going to be seeking volunteers to participate. I think it's a 3-year pilot program for those 18 to 20-year-olds to drive truck. That's in the bill.
Okay. Last but not least, have you heard anything about the implementation in February of all new CDL drivers must obtain a accredited school or training? Is that going to happen?
I'm trying to recall. I know. I don't think they've progressed on that yet, but I know that's part of the, what do they call it? The entry-level training requirements, guidelines.
Yes.
There's 2 different types. There's monikers, 5 different letters of schools of accreditation. I know they're working to push it. I don't think it's passed yet.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was hearing too. I know several companies I'm familiar with are already gearing up to do that.
Okay.
And they've received their accreditation, but what I don't know is it going to become an absolute rule in February of 22, or is it going to get pushed back like pretty much everything else?
Yeah.
Well, that's those are my unintelligible comments for the day.
If I had to wager a guess on it, like you said, anything the FMCSA tries to do, inevitably it gets bumped back a year, then it gets bumped back another year, then it gets bumped back 2 more. Seems to take 10, 15 years for them to get anything done.
It does. I mean, you take the clearinghouse, everything else that they project a certain date, they just keeps getting pushed back because they haven't worked through all the bugs. And that's the same scenario that we're going to see with the autonomous trucks. Until they really get them on the road in a more of a casual basis, they're not going to see the exposures of the faults until they actually start doing it. And heaven forbid, we end up killing somebody in the process. Last but not least, Steve, on Monday, my passion about compressed natural gas vehicle fires. I've been doing this training for 9 years on the East Coast. I've been preaching that sooner or later we're going to have a major event where firefighters are hurt because of a basic lack of knowledge of how the pressure relief device works. And sure enough, in California on Monday, 13 people were injured as a result of an explosion, and 12 of them were firefighters on the scene fighting the fire when the truck exploded. Did you hear about that scenario?
I did not, no.
Well, the irony is of it, briefly, firefighters are trained for a propane tank to prevent it from becoming what's called a BLEVE, and they cool the tank. Well, a compressed natural gas vehicle, the way that the product is released in a fire situation is by temperature. The pressure relief device gets up to 218 degrees and will off-gas the product. But if they're putting water on it, they're cooling the PRDs, and if the fire continues to burn, it's cooking the gas to a point of explosion. And believe it or not, the majority of the firefighters that I've been training on the East Coast are completely unaware of that situation. And I've been pushing for 9 years to get national attention. Finally, yesterday, our 2 trade organizations and a couple friends of mine from the Boston area, we were working on getting this pushed out so first responders are aware. I actually did the training with the Hamilton County Sheriff's Department at one point because police officers, typically the first on the scene at a fire, and they're putting themselves in harm's way without knowing what could potentially happen if that truck does off gas. So I haven't trained the Delhi department, but maybe I need to reach out to the boss over there and sneak over there and do a little class.
There you go. All right. That is, have
a good morning, sir.
I learned something this morning, Larry. I wasn't aware of that. You know, Horse Feathers could probably tell us, because he's the one that's moving the propane. He would know all about what you do with in the event of a situation like that. But okay, so you cool it off. You're cooling the valve, and you're ultimately looking for a worst case scenario, I guess it would be. Hey, is that Steve back with us?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good morning again, Steve. Thanks for calling in, Larry. Call in more, man. I love listening to your safety topics. As far as fuel goes, Steve, the truck I'm in does basically on 2 tanks of fuel, 1,150 miles. That's on fumes. So you're getting about 7.5 miles to the gallon, 150 gallons. That's about as far as you're going to go.
Uh-huh.
But my question is, with the autonomous trucks, question I would have is, in the event, you know, you're driving in winter conditions and, you know, the roads are dry and you're doing 60, 65 miles an hour, and all of a sudden you hit an icy bridge deck with that truck. I wonder what's going to happen. You know, is the truck going to have sensors in there, you know, where a driver would have to take control? You know, for instance, a set of doubles going across a bridge deck, knowing what to do. What about a steer tire blowout? Any blowout? You know, like a steer tire blowout, you're actually not supposed to slow down. You're actually supposed to, you know, keep your speed and safely try to get that truck to the side of the road. You know, the worst thing you can do is hit the brakes. So those would be my questions also on those self-driving vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
You brought up something earlier, Steve, about pneumonia. I found out a couple nights ago that my sister, who works for the Postal Service in Illinois, she ended up getting COVID, unvaccinated, and her husband, who's I believe he's about 69, almost 70 years old, he got COVID, and he's now in the hospital with pneumonia. I don't know if I haven't talked to her in a couple of days. I don't know if he's in ICU or on a ventilator. I'm going to give her a call today. But, yeah, so when you were talking about that gentleman that's got pneumonia, man, that's a rough deal. There was one other thing. Oh, I sent you an article, Steve. I don't know if you saw it or not. Did you see where the woke NFL, the Las Vegas Raiders are going to require not only a vaccine passport to get into their football games in Las Vegas, but they're also going to be giving out COVID shots at the stadium.
I saw that. I think I had that printed up here somewhere in my mix. I hadn't got to it yet, but yeah, if you don't have the vaccine, I guess you can take the jab at the door and they'll let you in, but you still got to wear a mask.
Steve, you remember when Jay Leno on the Tonight Show used to have those cards he would put up from newspaper clippings, like stupid things that were just didn't make any sense? You know, they were just so outrageous. He'd have like 10 of them. Well, that's basically the same thing. Because if you're walking in the door to a football game, you don't have a vaccine card, you don't have a vaccination, they give you the shot, what the hell good is it going to do? The shot doesn't work instantaneously, and all of a sudden you're cured of COVID symptoms. You follow what I'm saying?
Well, that's why they're saying even if you take the shot, you still got to wear a mask.
Yeah, so they give you the shot. And they say, okay, sorry, come back next week. You know, when the shot takes effect. I mean, that just does not make any sense at all. You know, either you're vaccinated or unvaccinated. So a guy that just gets the shot, basically, he's still unvaccinated. So these policies, you know, and that thing in New Zealand, maybe Kamala Harris, that was the first country she visited, was over in New Zealand, told the president to lock it down. My opinion on that. But one other thing, Steve, Monday night on Levin's podcast, I don't know if you listened to it or not, but he had a colonel on there from the UK who served in Afghanistan. He was in command of the British troops over there. Richard Kemp is his name. He's a colonel. Fantastic gentleman. Very intelligent. Knows a lot about what happened over there. Mark Levin did a tremendous interview with him. And one of the things he brought up, Steve, which I wanted to touch on earlier, but I've forgotten, is Joe Biden, you know, he's so silent about everything. And it reminds me of almost a third world type country, Steve, where you can't get information out of the media. You can't ask questions. The leader's in hiding. I mean, nobody knows what's going on. You got, you know, different people coming out saying different things. Everybody's trying to cover their butt. One guy that Joe Biden hasn't talked to, besides the Prime Minister of England, I believe he finally talked to, is the Prime Minister of Pakistan about this withdrawal from Afghanistan. They're on the border, Steve, of Afghanistan, correct? And last I checked?
Yeah, correct.
Don't you think that Joe Biden would have talked to the leader of Pakistan and said, hey, this is what we're going to do. Be prepared for, you know, Taliban activity, more activity on your border, so forth. I mean, I would think that would have been a strategic conversation any president would have had. And it's just amazing to me, you know, going back all the way to the 60s where I can remember, you know, during the Cuban Missile Crisis with John F. Kennedy and, you know, even Richard Nixon, the reprobate he was, you know, during the Vietnam War, the lights were always burning in the White House, Steve. Those guys were there all the time, thinking, plotting, trying to plan strategy. I mean, you remember those photographs of JFK during the Cuban Missile Crisis in the White House.
Yep.
I mean, it's a telltale sign of what's going on in the world, that you're very concerned. But this guy's in hiding, you know? I mean, even any crisis, the president has always been on television constantly addressing the nation, letting the people know what's going on. Not in this administration. But here's my point about Pakistan, Steve. That Colonel Kemp brought up. Pakistan has nuclear weapons.
Yes.
And if the Taliban makes a move on them, which isn't going to be surprising, because now they're gaining numbers, they've got a lot of strength, they've got air power now. You know, they can recruit these ex-Afghan guys that were flying these choppers to attack Pakistan. I mean, they got to be plotting something towards that effect. That was the scary part that Kemp had brought up, this colonel, that they left a lot of people hanging in the balance. So, just one last point to ponder. But great show tonight, Steve.
Thank you much.
Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, good to have you with us, Steve. Yeah, you mentioned the Raiders, Las Vegas Raiders. If you want to attend a home game this year, you will be required to show proof of vaccination to enter the stadium, or you can roll up your sleeve and get the jab right there on the spot. Made the announcement Monday. Let's see. The governor said people will be required to show they have been vaccinated against the COVID to attend large events in the state of Nevada. So it's going to be a lot more than just the Las Vegas Raiders games. Is it going to come down to being able to go into the venues, any of the entertainment, in the casinos and whatnot? Those would all be large events, right? Large number of people in one room. Any fan who shows vaccination proof through the Clear mobile app will be allowed to attend the game without wearing a mask. Others can get a shot at the stadium, but still have to wear a mask. Children under the age of 12 or those partially vaccinated and others exempted from receiving the vaccine can attend if they wear a mask. First NFL team with the vaccine, no mask policy for the new season. Goes into effect September 13 with the first home game against the Baltimore Ravens. All right, not a whole lot of time left here. Who we got? I'm not sure. Who wants to?
Yeah, it's me, soaking wet.
Okay,
somebody
wet.
Make me get out and unload my trailer for an hour in the rain. I guess I'll have to do some homework for Larry, figure out more about the CNG. I don't play with the LNG and the CNG very much. We got some guys that do it. I don't really mess with that. I stay with my propane, and what Larry said was right for that. Propane trailers, the best thing you can do for the fire department is to put a line on, an unmanned line, and just let it pour water on. Keep it as cool as possible. Keep the liquid as cool as possible, because you don't want the liquid to boil in the tank. That's the when you get to the explosion part, the tank becomes a missile.
Big bada boom.
So yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, you don't need your Bic lighter for your cigarette at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, so here I got a prediction for you. The 18th of August, 2021. I predict by the end of the year we're going back into mandatory lockdowns or limitations. What do you think of that?
And
the Delta and the Lambda, with the Delta and the Lambda coming and all that.
Yeah.
I'm seeing that we're going to have total mask requirements, and you're going to have, if you don't have extreme limitations, the 50 people in the store at one time and that type of thing, we're all going to go back to the lockdowns. They're going to lock everything down again. And I wouldn't be surprised if it happened before. What day is it? Oh yeah, Election Day. We'll have to have all mail-in ballots for Election Day. How about that? Because we're going to have the whole country locked down by then.
Well, here's what you got. Here's what you got coming, Horse Feathers. We've got the Delta strain right now. You've got they're just now talking about the Lambda strain. This all stretches out, and you're right. There's probably another strain or two between now and then, but come close to election time, 2022, it will be the election strain of the COVID.
Yep. We'll have the whole country locked down for that.
Everybody's got to stay home.
I'm expecting.
Hey, guess what? Everybody gets a mail-in ballot, though, so we don't have to worry about anything. Everybody gets a ballot. That's it. They know what kind of game they're playing. All right, we'll close things out there on a Wednesday hump day. Thanks so much for hanging out with us through the late night, early morning hours. And a couple callers we missed there. I apologize. Thank you so much for being with us, though. Purchase your Hot Shot Secret products. Go to hotshotsecret.com. Always use the coupon code Overnight Drive. Get your 10% off. And you also, of course, if you're a CDL holder, first responder, active, or veteran, get an additional 10% off. That's 20% off your order. Help support the sponsor. Keep this program going. And we'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything